Right, good morning everybody. The time is now 9:30 and we will resume the inquiry, week 2 of the inquiry. We seem to have a few new faces around the room, particularly on the council side. So just for everyone's benefit, my name is Helen Hockenhull. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities to conduct this inquiry. So the inquiry, as we all know, is into an appeal made by Brandon Estates Limited for the demolition of existing buildings and an outline planning application for residential development, including access from Rugby Road, open space, infrastructure, sports pitch, pavilion and associated car park. And the site, of course, is the Brandon or Coventry Stadium off Rugby Road near Coventry. So, our usual housekeeping matters before we start. Mobile phones, can you please turn them on silent or off completely? Laptop notifications as well, if you can turn those off. I haven't done mine either, just so that they don't interrupt us. I don't think anyone intends to record or film the event. If we have nobody from the press here today, that's fine. Fire evacuation, I'm not aware that there is to be a fire drill today, but if the alarm does sound, then we'd obviously have to leave the building. So can I ask you to make your way down the main staircase, out of the main doors of the town hall, and then congregate at the entrance to Caldecott Park. And then an officer of the council will let us know when it's safe to come back into the building. So, just a few matters as sort of follow-up from last week, really, and things that have happened over the last few days, just before we start today. Firstly, I just want to confirm that I have received all the evidence and proof from the NHS, the CCG, in relation to the seal contribution. So I have that, and I have read all of that. I've also had a look at the 2 judgments that the council have referred me to have a look at. I've also received the link to Friday's virtual session, which is also really good as well. So we're all set up for that. I am aware that we have a further person who's requested to speak. That's a Mr. Sexton, who represents Thurrock Hammers. He's requested to speak on Wednesday afternoon, so I think hopefully we'll be able to fit him in at that point. He has supplied a short statement, which hopefully everybody's received, so we'll be able to accommodate him on Wednesday afternoon. Mr. Goatley, is there something you wish to add at this stage?
Yes, it's in respect of Mr. Sexton's statement. Whilst if it is your wish that we hear from him, then I will clearly ask him questions about his statement. But there's an element of getting a drip feed of people who effectively, out of time, now want to respond to evidence that's been in the domain for some time. And that's not really, in my respectful submission, an appropriate way of going on. I realise it's a public inquiry. It doesn't necessarily have all of the same strictures of, for instance, civil litigation. But the general principle is that before you actually start preparing and providing your own case, you've heard anything that's going to be said against you. And effectively what we're having is, well, you've said this, so now we want to say that, and that, and that. And that's not really helpful.
Point, Mr. Goatley, but I think this particular gentleman, we have made reference to Thurrock during last week, so it isn't exactly new evidence as such. It may be helpful to clarify certain minor points. I don't think it's going to be fundamental to the case, to be fair. If he wishes to come, I have no objection to him appearing. Can I ask the council and the Rule 6 party, have you any concerns about him coming? No. But I do agree with you in terms of drip feed. I think we need to draw a line, and I'm certainly not going to accept anybody else after today, because we all need to round up, finish off, and all party needs the opportunity to put their closing submissions together when they've heard all the evidence. So I agree with you. I think the time has come now. Draw the line under it, and, everyone's had their opportunity. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam, just one thing, going back to the NHS points, word has reached us that they will be sending counsel along to the round table session. I don't know whether that had reached you.
Yes, I've seen that in an email, that there is a counsel coming, as well as their financial director or accountant chap,
We understand it's Dr. Ashley Bowes, whose name you will have seen on both of the judgments.
Did know, actually, yes, I did. So, could be an interesting session. Okay, all right, thank you, yeah.
Madam, may I just raise one matter, sorry, if that's a convenient moment, just in relation to tomorrow's programme. The only problem, obviously you've mentioned Mr Sexton, but which I wasn't aware until I got the statement, as everyone else did yesterday. Mr Ford, who's down for 10 o'clock for half an hour, unfortunately, he lives out of season, from the Speedway season, in France, and you'll recall he came last week and he flew over specially, but we couldn't accommodate him. The only flight he can gets into Manchester in the morning on Wednesday, so he could be here for the whole of the afternoon from 2 o'clock. So I'm sure we will be able to accommodate him, but perhaps I won't take further time now. What we have done, in the light of that information, is to ask Mr Rees to come for 9:30. So, because obviously he's down at 10:45. We're waiting to hear back from him, and I'll update you as soon as we've had a response in relation to that. I won't take further time now, but thank you.
All right, thank you. Presumably other witnesses can move up earlier and then just rearrange during that day. Yeah, okay. That's all right, thank you. A couple of other matters on my list, just picking up from things last week. Mr Humphreys, do you recall in our Greenbelt session there was a reference to some fencing, and you were going to produce some examples of fencing?
Shall I do that later?
Do that later?
Last week.
Right, I'm just checking that you've got that, or it's in hand, put it that way. Right, that's fine, okay. And the other question, it's you, Mr Goatley. In Mr Eadie's evidence, he was going to check some distances of various football clubs. I don't know whether
that is
you've had a
right.
chance to do that.
I'm just going to inquire as to whether or not we've received those back. We will chase those up.
Okay, then as long as it's in hand, that's fine. That's all that's on my list of things to pick up on. Anything else from any party? No? Okay, good. In that case then, we'll start today's formal session. And the first thing on our agenda is to have our roundtable discussion on affordable housing. So, as a start, perhaps you could just introduce from all sides who's going to take part in this individual discussion. I think we've got a new face certainly over here. So, from the appellant side.
Yes, good morning, Ma'am. My name's James Stacey. I'm giving evidence on the affordable housing this morning.
Thank you very much. So, from the Rule 6 party, we have Mr Carter, presumably.
Yeah, it'd be myself, yes, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the council, are you participating in this?
Yeah, we've got an array of people behind me. Mr Gary Stevens, who you will have read but have not yet met.
Well, I have met, actually. We met on the site visit.
Yeah, right, yes, of course you have, yes. And then, in the purple jacket, Ms Oriel Afonso, who is the fount of all knowledge on matters of waiting lists and allocations policy.
Okay.
And then we have Ella Casey, who you will have seen throughout. She is the equivalent of the case officer for this in the senior projects team,
okay.
And she is the fount of all other knowledge.
That's something to live up to, isn't it? Right, okay, thank you very much. So, yes, we have published an agenda for this session, which hopefully everybody has. It appears to me, looking at all the evidence before me, that essentially what this all boils down to is a disagreement on the weight to be attached to the contribution of affordable housing in the overall planning balance. And there are obviously various reasons for those different judgments from all the different parties, so we will explore those a little bit further over the next hour or so. Now, the agenda that we have circulated effectively follows the different chapters, shall we say, in Mr Stacey's evidence. I don't think we need to spend too long on all of them, particularly the first two, because they're fairly straightforward and factual. But we'll just briefly go through them for anyone that's sort of listening into this debate on the YouTube, just to set the scene and the context, shall we say. So the first thing really is the affordable housing offer that forms part of the proposal. Now, that, in line with the local plan policy, that is looking to provide 20% affordable houses. This being a brownfield site, that totals 25 dwellings. And those dwellings to be, in terms of tenure, to be subdivided on the basis of 56% social rent and 44% shared ownership, which in numbers equates to 14 social rent dwellings and 11 shared ownership dwellings. Now, for my benefit, I don't really need to go any further in terms of the offer, but I'll just open it up to anybody else, Mr. Stacey or Mr. Carter. Any comments in particular about the offer before we continue? Mr. Stacey?
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. Just in respect of the tenure split, draw your attention to paragraph 7.9 of the committee report, which discusses that in the context of the expectations of policy H2 and the council's officers' report, which I also cover in my proof of evidence at paragraph 12.7 on page 67, indicates that due to the lack of demand for social rent in this location, the divergence from policy is considered acceptable, and therefore these percentages will be secured in the Section 106 agreement. We haven't had any alternative mix provided by the council, so in terms of the split that you've referred to, that is reflected in the planning obligation and obviously acceptable to the appellants in that form.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Ma'am. I was just going to make a couple of points. One, just an observation that the original 2018 planning application was for 40% affordable housing, or 55 dwellings from a total of 137 dwellings, and that followed the core strategy's requirement at the earlier core strategy for 40% affordable housing on qualifying sites. And in relation to the split between social rent and shared ownership intermediate, just to point out that the 2015 SHMAR was used to identify a preferred split of 84% stroke 16% as the starting point for discussions, and in effect that's been confirmed by the 2022 HEDNA, which has a split of 83% and 17%. So there's sort of comparability in terms of that evidence analysis. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I mean, I understand that the difference is the policy position and the council's position in terms of obviously their needs assessments and their understanding of that particular area. You're not raising a particular objection as such to that tenure, are you, Mr. Carter?
Well, I was going to go on to that, and I was going to say, I sort of on the second bullet point, that policy H2 says the tenure and mix of affordable housing units should be in compliance with the latest guidance. And 517, para 517 of the local plan goes on to say that that will be the starting point for negotiations. The officer's report in paragraph 7.9 of CD6 says RBC Housing have commented that there is a significant lack of demand for social rent in the area, and therefore goes on to accept the offer of 44% shared ownership. And that's due to the lack of demand for social rent in this location. This divergence from policy is considered acceptable. That observation represents the observations from the housing officer that are set out in CD 9.24. But I was going to ask the question that I'm not really sure what lack of demand actually refers to. For example, is it because the existing housing stock in the area is very restricted in providing the opportunities? And the pattern of existing provision in the area is set out in the Freedom of Information request set out in Mr. Stacey's appendix to his main proof. So that shows, for instance, in Brandon and Bretford civil parish, the total social housing stock as at the 31st of March 22 was just 10 dwellings. I was going to go on and say I've sought clarity on several issues with the council, and this has included whether the offer of 24 affordable housings at the nearby Sherwood Farm site I can give you the references if you would like those, Ma'am. That's planning application reference R18/2076. And that's a site that's being marketed as Abbey Grange. It's currently under construction, and I've visited that and went into the marketing suite. But the question really, I mean, and that includes the 24 affordable homes. So the question is, to what extent those homes could go to meet the needs that have been identified in the updated sort of affordable housing requirement statistics that have been set out in the most recent statement from the council. A similar point could also be made in respect of another housing site on the allotment site at Stretton Road in nearby Walston. It's very close to the 3G pitch in Walston, actually, which is also under construction, and that provides 14 affordable homes, 30% of the site capacity out of 48 dwellings. So similar question, could those dwellings help meet the needs that have been identified? And that's a site that's not referred to in Appendix JSR2 of Mr. Stacey's rebuttal. We also note that in the officer's report for the Sherwood Farm development, in paragraph 166, in terms of tenure, the terms of grant, Homes England have recognised Rugby as a priority for social rented housing rather than affordable rented. This reflects the particular affording housing pressures in the council. We've looked at the application form for applicants to the housing register, which applicants are asked to complete. And it's our understanding from that applicants are encouraged to identify multiple locations when putting in their application, when expressing preferences of where they might like to live. So when we look at the council's recent affordable housing statement, which was submitted last Friday, at paragraph 2.8, it has 19, 29 and 33 households in the 3 wards looking for a house. And the question is, have they also expressed wishes to be accommodated elsewhere within Rugby Borough? We understand
Can I just stop you there, Mr. Carter, because we're veering into supply and demand issues here.
Okay.
So in terms of other sites, there potentially are sites that will contribute to supply. So we are going to come back to this.
Okay.
But what I want to just clarify at the moment is just in terms of the tenure mix. Now, the evidence base for the local plan policy, presumably, was the 2015 SHMA. Now, clearly, things move on and the council's doing assessments all the time. So very often a local plan policy will make reference to the most up-to-date housing needs assessment at the time at which an application is submitted. So can I just ask the council, whoever is the best person to ask this question for me, what is the latest housing need assessment and how does that have an implication for what we are considering here for this site?
So the latest is the headnow, which is core document 8.17. And in terms of the implications, it has a similar mix to the SHMA, so the percentages change a little bit for affordable housing, but not significantly.
Art has referred to that, they are very similar. So in terms of the assessing this application, can you explain to me why the council considers the mix that's being presented here is appropriate in this location?
Thank you, Ma'am. The evidence is set out in 9.24, which is the housing officer's response to the application, and that advice from the housing officer hasn't changed in light of the publication of the headnow.
The point I suppose to make is that the policy looks at the needs of the borough as a whole, but there may be variations within the borough in individual parishes and locations which can be reflected in an assessment of a planning application. Okay, thank you.
May I just raise this point? Because obviously I'm aware of what the housing officer said, but to assert there's a significant lack of demand, therefore 56%. Those two sentences aren't immediately consistent. Maybe one doesn't want to be too forensic with use of words, but if there's a significant lack of demand, why is it 56%? How has one reached the figure of 56%? I just raised that. I'm not saying it hasn't been done, but it's just not transparent.
Are you able to assist any further with that assessment?
So in terms of the figure that was presented, so the 56% came from the appellant that was presented as part of the application. So we assessed it as, is 56% acceptable, not what the figure should be. So it was deemed that those comments were based on 56% being presented through the application.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we're going to make any more progress on that point at this stage. It's obviously something for me to have a look at. Mr. Stacey, you, in your evidence, look at the national position and the shortfall in housing overall, the 300,000 homes that the government wishes to build. You provide some comment in relation to that and also the affordable housing needs. I think we're all aware of the current housing situation nationally, so I don't think we need to go into it in any great detail, but is there anything specifically that you want to raise this morning?
Ma'am, can I just touch briefly on the last discussion in respect of the HEDNA? An important point to recognise in the HEDNA is the level of overall needs as well. That has increased significantly from the 2015 SHMA. So we'll come on to that shortly, but that's important context as well as the tenure mix split as we've just discussed. Ma'am, I'm content that if you've read my evidence, then you will understand the extent of the national housing crisis. Specifically, figure 4.3 of my evidence is a table that sets out a range of shortfalls based on, one of those is the 300,000 target, and figure 4.4 has projected that figure back to 1970-71, which was the last time the country delivered 300,000 new homes, and the shortfall across that period was 5.7, almost 5.7 million homes. So that's just context in terms of the national housing crisis, and obviously each authority has played a part in that over the recent times. So that's the evidence. My evidence does go on to explain what the consequences that are for the households seeking assistance with their needs, and you can see reports from the likes of the Children's Commissioners and Shelter that have identified that there are particular problems if there is a lack of housing, and in fact housing has been described, or the housing crisis has been described by Shelter as a housing emergency. That's CD 15.5.23 and covered within my evidence. And again, the summary conclusions that I provide at page 38 of my evidence, 5.27, sets out a series of bullet points which I think are pretty irrefutable in terms of the impact of a lack of housing on households. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, any comments from you briefly on the national position?
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, I think there's not a great deal to add to what's set out in my rebuttal proof, where I conclude that in respect of this matter, when Mr. Stacey refers to the housing crisis and thus the need for this proposal to be allowed, it's not clear to me that simply granting planning permissions will either A, help resolve the housing crisis, or B, protect the environment from unnecessary harm. This, as an aspect of Mr. Stacey's case, could in effect be applied to any plot of land anywhere in the country. And I think the main point that I make in my proof is that it can't possibly be just for the planning system to sort out the problems of affordable housing needs across the country. It's got a role to play, but so have a lot of other factors too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just briefly in response, I mean, it's why it's an early chapter in my proof, because the rest of the evidence is more layered and more nuanced in terms of the local needs and requirements. So in some respects I disagree that the evidence doesn't purport to a local need as well.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, what I want to spend a little bit more time on is issues of past delivery, need and supply in particular. In terms of past delivery, Mr Stacey, do you want to start our discussion in relation to this? I have seen your evidence and your individual tables, but perhaps you would like to just summarise your position on this, please.
Thank you, ma'am. So first of all, I look at the gross completions over the last 11 years. That identifies that within Rugby Borough there has been 6,742 market homes at an average of 613 homes. And in terms of the gross affordable housing completions, that's 1,424, which is an average of 129. This is all in figure 8.1 on page 48 of my proof of evidence. I present evidence on the impact of right to buy losses, which are obviously depleting stock. Those dwellings are no longer available, but I also take into account acquisitions that have occurred over the last 5 years where that data is available, and that has an impact of reducing the stock of available affordable housing. So the net position I suggest in figure 8.3 on page 50 of my evidence is that the average of 129 dwellings per annum reduces to 110, and that has an impact of reducing the comparison of market housing with affordable housing from 21% gross to 18% in terms of the net position. I say net is the true position, as that is what is then subsequently available to house people in need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if you move on to your table 8.4...
Mark, can I make a point?
Sorry, who was that? Sorry. Oh, sorry, I missed you. Sorry, Mr. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. It's just a point in terms of, well, it's 2 points. Firstly, one in respect of completions. Obviously, the SHMAR was dated 2015, and that fed into the preparation of the Rugby Local Plan, which was adopted in 2019. If you look at the completion rates in figure 8.1 of Mr Stacey's evidence, you'll see that there's a notable upturn in the delivery of affordable housing from 2018-2019. Over that 4-year period, there was a significant over-provision, and 21-22 dipped slightly. That was probably the effects of COVID on the rates of completions there. But over those 4-year period, the completion rates were exceeded the requirement, and so the plan is starting to take effect in terms of addressing that issue. The other second point I want to make in relation to right to buy, and whether you should deduct right to buys from the assessment of supply. Obviously, if people are fortunate to be in a position that they have been able to acquire their property, they therefore own a property and no longer need an affordable home, and therefore I don't think that should be taken into account in terms of the deducting that from the contribution that the council and the plan has made to delivery of affordable housing.
So the difference, if we look at the gross completions, 129 on average per year, if we take account of right to buy, that reduces to 110. So that's significant, but it's not a massive amount of properties that are being effectively converted to market housing. Interestingly, you make the point that I was going to say, actually, just looking at table 8.4, that completions have exceeded the requirement, the 171 figure, in 2018, 19, 19, 20 and 2021. Yes, there was a blip again in 21, 22, but as you say, that could well be a reflection of COVID. I was just going to ask Mr Stacey, would you like to comment on that overall trend, and is it likely to continue?
2 points, Ma'am. The continued trend I obviously look at in my rebuttal, and I think that will be part of the later part of the agenda. But we also have to look at the trend in overall housing completions across those periods as well, and we can see that those are significantly increased. And as affordable housing is normally a component of market housing, as this site is at 20%, it's not unexpected that if you see an increase in market housing, you will see an increase in the delivery of affordable housing as well. We have to look at it across the piece because the trend in terms of affordable housing needs to be seen in the context of what's expected through the local plan, which has a start date of 2011-12. So that is the view that it's a component of an increase in market housing, which has seen an increase in the borough as well.
I suppose the point to make is as you say, the local plan period is from 2011-12 to 2031. So your table 8.4 reflects the overall plan period, and your other tables as well. So clearly we can see there's been fluctuation over that period of time, in terms not only in completions as a whole, but also clearly in terms of delivery of affordable housing as well. You could argue that some of that areas when there must have been shortfall in 13, 14, 15 was when the market was most challenged, and we were still in recession and coming out of recession to an extent, and therefore the completions were down on all counts. But that has then improved more recently in the last 4 or 5 years or so as things have changed. Do you want to comment any further?
I mean, we have to look at what funding was available as well. So actually 2015-16 was a period where the government were providing significant funds to delivering affordable housing, and that's actually a year where only 8% of needs were met. So there were obviously other challenges taking place in Rugby Borough in that instance. So in some authorities, in those years that you refer to, affordable housing in fact was a higher component of delivery because the government were providing funds to deliver that. For instance, 2011-12, we can see that there were 183 affordable dwellings, and that in some respects was a year or two after the financial crash, which I say is when a period when the government were funding the delivery of affordable housing. So it's important, in my view, to look at it in terms of the adopted local plan specifically identifies the 171 per annum, and we've heard that from both myself and Mr. Carter this morning, and it's for that reason that figure 8.4 considers it across the plan period to date in terms of how the council have performed against that annual target. And we can see that there's a shortfall of 669 affordable homes, or 61 per annum over the last 11 years.
But the other indicator that will have made a significant difference is the adoption of the local plan itself in 2019. So presumably at that time, when there was more certainty over which sites have been allocated for housing, those sites then start to come forward. So that would suggest possibly another reason why overall completions have increased from that period, and obviously affordable housing has also increased over that period. Would you agree, or comment further on that?
I mean, potentially the adoption of the plan will have helped, but obviously there would have been lead-in times for sites to come forward with that certainty. So I think we'd probably only be seeing the impact of that adoption around 2021-22, which we can see actually had a reduction in the amount of affordable housing delivered. So there could have been other planning applications prepared and waiting the adoption of the plan. I don't know the history of those in terms of whether the council had granted a number of consents around the time of adoption that then has obviously come forward and met the pent-up demand that would have existed due to the lack of housing generally before that.
I take your point, but with my experience of local planning examinations, that there's very often a number of planning applications on the council's register just waiting for the local plan to be adopted, and they will obviously take place sooner than you might expect, because a lot of the ducks are in order, aren't they? Everything's ready to go as soon as the local plan's adopted, so the lead-in times to some of those will be less than one starting from scratch, shall we say.
I agree, Ma'am. I've prepared planning applications in that manner with clients awaiting the adoption of local plans to then make an early start. So there can be a surplus or a glut of consents coming forward, which will boost the supply of housing, both market and affordable, in that short period. Hence why I've looked at the 5-year supply and what sites are going to come forward from that to give us certainty as to how the council may perform against the targets that we're going to discuss shortly.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carter, do you want to join this discussion?
Yes, please, ma'am. I've got a number of points to make. The first is that it's important to recognise that affordable housing delivery in Rugby, or anywhere else for that matter, is intrinsically linked to the overall level of dwelling completions, since a very significant proportion of affordable housing is tied to the delivery of large market-led developments. It's therefore a fact that affordable housing delivery is constrained by the level of house building delivered by the industry, and that figure is influenced by the level of housing provision embodied in the development plan at the time. The actual completions are recorded through monitoring, and those are set out, as we've heard, in Mr. Stacey's figure 8.1. In his rebuttal proof, Mr. Stacey queries at paragraph 2.2 the period that I refer to regarding the uplift and acceleration in housing, the acceleration, not uplift, in affordable housing provision. This is the period 2018 to 2031, because the uplift in requirement effectively starts from 2018 for the remainder of the planned period. See, for example, figure 8.3 on page 50 of Mr. Stacey's proof. Very significant uplift in delivery from 2018. The inspector conducting the examination into the Rugby local plan took these matters into account. The level of affordable housing completions 2011-12 to 17-18 averaged 83 dwellings per annum against the notional requirement of 171 dwellings included in the 2015 SMAR. Completions over that period for affordable homes ranged from 190 in 2011-12 to just 6 in 2016-17. Following the step change in housing provision in 2018-19, i.e. 540 dwellings per annum to 663 dwellings per annum, in parallel with the adoption of the local plan, affordable housing completions have averaged 221 per annum. As I state in my evidence, this represents considerable achievement. It is to be anticipated the affordable housing shortfall will be addressed through the step change continuing over the remaining part of the plan period, not just over a 5-year period. It's also worth remembering, as highlighted by the local plan inspector, that it's not possible to alter history, so Mr. Stacey's criticism of the council's performance, particularly prior to the adoption of the local plan, is misplaced. In these circumstances, paragraph 514 still appears to state an accurate assessment of the current situation given the overall level of housing provision. That's paragraph 14 of the local plan. 514, sorry. Paragraph 514 states that the overall target for housing provision policy H2 will clearly ensure that affordable housing need is met for all existing and future residents of the borough. It's also important to note that the 171 annual affordable housing need is not actually a policy target. In relation, again, to paragraph 514 of the local plan, Mr. Stacey says at paragraph 610 of his proof that he refers to this at section 3 of his evidence, but he does not do so. Section 3 of his proof relates to national rather than local needs. I think paragraph 255 of the local plan inspector's report is especially significant here, which states that Policy H2 requires provision of affordable housing on sites of 11 or more dwellings, with targets of 20% in the overall number of units on brownfield sites, 30% on greenfield sites. He then says, I am satisfied that the viability evidence demonstrates these targets can be viably supported by residential development in Rugby, and that, if met, would address affordable housing needs in the borough as identified in the SHMAR. In terms of gross delivery, if we're dealing with the other points at the moment as well, these could be clearly affected by a range of factors, such as an increase in the levels of affordable housing to be sought on qualifying sites. This is not likely to happen, if at all, but not until the local plan is reviewed. In other words, I'm talking about, say, going back to a 40% requirement rather than 30%. Right to buy, I'm inclined to agree with the what the council's witness stated in relation to this, but in effect, this is where the tenure of existing housing can be changed. Government could easily influence by changing the rules about use of capital receipts by local authorities, or by making other resources available to secure an increase in the affordable housing stock through purchase of existing dwellings. Such changes could occur through measures, obviously, that would involve no new construction. In terms of net delivery, taking these points together, SCS cannot see how the appeal site would necessarily lead to an increase in the net delivery of affordable housing within Rugby Borough. Even if we assume for a moment that Mr. Stacey's assessment is correct, then his analysis will be taken up in due course and considered in the next review of the local plan, in conjunction with the other authorities within the housing market area. In my view, it would be wrong to preempt that policy review, which would be subject to extensive scrutiny. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Stacey, I'd be interested to hear of your view in terms of Mr. Carter's there making reference to the local planning inspector's report and his assessment at that time, which was 2019. Would you like to comment on that in particular for me, please? What's your view of that?
I mean, the inspector examining the local plan will have considered the entire plan period with a view to the council identifying sufficient homes to do that. My analysis has taken into account what is the need now in respect of the number of people on the housing register and the preferences that have been identified. I think it's sometimes easy to move into figures and statistics and forgetting that the people on the housing register and the help to buy register that require shared ownership accommodation are real people, and those needs are real now. So that is a need that is not currently being addressed in the delivery of affordable housing as it stands at the moment. We can see that there are still people on the housing register, and there are people with a local need that would be suitably housed by housing on the appeal site. So yes, whilst the inspector will have anticipated a level of delivery that is also dependent upon market factors and those sites coming forward, any stalled sites to the SUEs, etc., will have an impact upon the delivery of affordable housing now, which is why I look at the 5-year horizon, because that is in effect the only measurable position that we can make. We know what the delivery of affordable housing will be from those sites identified in the affordable housing in the 5-year supply, and that's contained within my rebuttal. Obviously, other sites may come forward that have been granted planning permission since the council produced their 5-year supply analysis, and those will take into account in subsequent updates to that monitoring. So it's a fluid position in terms of the sites that are delivered. But what we know at this moment in time is that the delivery of affordable housing over the next 5 years, and this is where we need to measure it against what I suggest is 3 sets of figures. the first being the 171 that we've heard about in the local plan and in the earlier SHMA. It's the next agenda item, I think, in terms of how we should address that shortfall, and that produces another need figure. And also the 2020 HEDNA, you know, that can't be swept under the carpet. That is an evidence-based document of the council that identifies a significantly higher need than the 171 that was previously identified. Just briefly on some of the other things that Mr. Carter has referred to, yes, there clearly is a typo in 610. That should say paragraph section 8, not section 3. So apologies for any confusion raised there. I think it would have been fairly obvious on reading the evidence that it related to something later in the evidence. There's also reference to the expectation of market houses in the local plan increasing. That was stated by Mr. Carter as rising to 663. And my observation there is that obviously the council have exceeded that requirement in a number of years, so that local plan expectation shouldn't be seen as a ceiling to development of market houses. But even with that occurring to date, as I've set out in figure 8.4, there is a shortfall in the delivery of affordable housing against what is the lower requirement at the moment in the local plan of 171 affordable homes per annum.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, can I?
Yep.
So just coming on, just in response to your question to Mrs. Stacey, just to help you, I suppose, in that regard, the inspector, in looking at the local plan, endorsed policy DS1 of the local plan, which had the step trajectory, I'm sure phrase you're familiar with in terms of housing delivery, and then the subtext to the policy at paragraph 411. This explains how the council that approach to dealing with past undersupply through the plan period.
That's helpful, thank you.
Could I just add a couple of
then,
points
Mr.
in response to Mr. Stacey? I mean, he referred to the 5-year housing land supply, which is obviously an important indicator, but my understanding is that's about the total housing land supply. It's not subdivided into different segments of the housing land supply. And then the second point is, of course, through the annual authority monitoring report process, there is sort of checking how the delivery of the plan is going on. And thus far, those annual reports have not identified an issue in this respect. And I think to adopt Mr. Stacey's position, you would have expected it to do so, and it hasn't done that. Thank you.
Yeah, point taken, thank you. If we just move on for Mr. Stacey, please, if you can move us on to your assessment then of the shortfall. What is the need over the plan period, and you have referenced there the next 5 years as well. Perhaps you'd just like to extend your evidence into that area, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, the local plan doesn't have a step trajectory in respect of affordable housing. It expects 171 dwellings per annum across the plan period. So even if there is a step trajectory in respect of housing, there isn't a corresponding step trajectory in expectation and delivery of affordable housing. Hence why I think it's appropriate to look at delivery to date against that figure. The council have commissioned the HEDNA 2022 CD 8.17. That was published in November 22, covering the period 2022-23 to 31-32. And that identifies a need of 495 affordable homes per annum over that period, which is split 407 rented and 88 affordable home ownership dwellings per annum. So on the basis of the council's latest evidence, the need has increased. We heard earlier that the council the Rule 6 and the Council were drawing attention to the change in the tenure split or it being similarly to that in the 2015 SHMA, which is fine. I accept that they are similar figures, but to accept one, you have to accept the other, which is that the significant increase in annual needs over the period to 2031-32. So I think it is appropriate to consider the context of the Housing and Economic Development Needs Assessment, which identifies a significantly higher need than that identified in the local plan.
That's interesting, actually, the HEDNA. Perhaps the council could help me with this, because it does suggest a very significant increase in need since 2015. So I don't know whether there are any other wider context issues that would help us to understand why you feel that may well be the case. Mr Stevens?
Yes, two points. One small point in response and then in answer to your question, I suppose. Firstly, just going back to the local plan, obviously the housing requirement is stepped in the local plan, and the housing requirement includes the affordable housing requirement. In response to the HEDNA, as you know, we operate in a plan-led system, and this document is evidence has been published by Warwick and Stratford councils. It was published last year to inform their issues and options consultation as part of their local plan review and to help consultees and residents respond to that consultation. That's, if you look at paragraph 1.1 of the HEDNA, it makes it very clear that this document has been produced to inform the preparation and review of local plans within the sub-region. Rugby have started the review of its local plan. This evidence will be part of the evidence that will inform that local plan, and they will address the increase in need for affordable housing through the plan-led process, not through the development management process.
No, I'm very well aware of that.
Ma'am, can I just say in response, I mean, this is precisely the problem that I see here, and it goes to the heart of weight in some respects, is that both the Council and the Rule 6 party seem to say there's no problem here. Let's all wait till the local plan catches up or a new local plan's put in place. But that doesn't help those households in need now. And that is why I've looked at some of the affordable housing indicators. Waiting times are significant here. You know, the grief and hardship that causes to households having to wait all goes to my reasoning of wait. So, you know, that is why I think we are opposed on wait, is because I'm saying there's a need here and now, and that should be addressed as swiftly as possible to help those people. That the housing officers don't object to the mix or the percentage offer, and they've clearly identified that there's a need. So I think that's what I would like to say in that respect, Mum.
Thank you, Mr Stacey. Can I just ask Mr Stevens, the HEDNA report, it's a joint document with other authorities. Has it been subject to examination in other authorities as yet? Has it not been tested at all?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. And the other question, just for my information, the review local plan, should we call it that, in Rugby, what's the time frame for that? Is there a published LDS that demonstrates roughly when you hope to adopt or submit to for examination?
We're at the start of the process, so it would be the first issues and options at the end of this year.
Right, do you have a target for submission, approximately? Because the point is that there's a way to go, I suppose, for the local plan. I suppose that's really the question, isn't there?
We're trying to meet the June 2025 deadline for submission, but our LDS is currently being updated.
Right, okay, all right, thank you. Mr Carter, do you want to add to this debate? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just concentrate on the 2022 HEDNA. It's obviously a recent report jointly commissioned by the authorities that make up the housing market area, and as we've just heard, that's to inform the review of local plans. The HEDNA hasn't been tested yet through examination, but it is interesting that it now suggests that Coventry's population had been overestimated by 35,000 people. With the benefit of hindsight, the implication of this is that the level of housing provision set by the Rugby local plan was set too high. but the allocations coming on stream have advanced to a point where they will continue to come forward in accordance with the adopted plan. No doubt the machinations arising from the 22 Hedna will be considered at some depth and length in the context of the local plan reviews. However, it does suggest there's greater inbuilt flexibility in the Rugby local plan because the additional 2,800 dwellings added to meet Coventry's needs clearly will provide dwellings which will help provide additional affordable housing within Rugby Borough. The new Hedna raises some important matters that will be subject to extensive testing and scrutiny. Because it's not been through that process, it really is important to treat it with a significant degree of caution, I think. I say this because it's obvious that the scale of affordable housing provision that Mr. Stacey has referred to, and to actually check that that level of 495, that it says is required, is actually required, and to recognise that the current model of affordable housing delivery would not provide the necessary levels of affordable housing. If I can refer to paragraphs 24 and 25 of my rebuttal proof, the implication of providing 495 affordable dwellings per annum without any other policy intervention would be that the current 663 total dwellings per annum would have to rise to, I estimate, 1,919 dwellings per annum, in other words, a threefold increase. Since much of the 663 is coming forward on large allocated greenfield sites, then it must follow that further greenfield and greenbelt incursion on a massive scale would be required to deliver that. In the 22 Hedna, it's also worth pointing out that the annual housing requirement for Rugby is identified as, this is the total housing requirement, as lying in the range 516 dwellings per annum to 735 dwellings per annum. In other words, not a million miles away from the level in the current local plan. Using the 495 dwellings per annum figure, which also comes from the Hedna, it would mean that affordable housing would represent either 95% of the overall need at the lower level or 60% of the overall need at the upper end. Such analysis is sort of informative, but I don't think as a basis for policy or appeal decision it is applicable. Either the levels of affordable housing to be provided on market developments would rise to a point where there is likely to make them non-viable, or the levels of building would rise so much that one would have to ask, where are the people buying all that market housing actually going to come from? Advice in the HENDA regarding housing mix explains, this is tables 15.6 and 15.7. You might want to take this later if it's housing mix figure, possibly. But if I can just go on, this is on page 336 and para 529. This analysis indicates that the need for social or affordable rented properties should be focused on smaller properties, as it is this sector household size is more closely aligned to the sizes of homes. 70% of the need identified is for 1 and 2 bed properties and 30% for properties with 3 or more bedrooms. And then the profile for each local authority is then looked at. I believe that the new HEDNA justifies continuing to seek affordable housing on qualifying allocated sites, but it's not sufficiently robust or reliable to justify the release of speculative, strategic scale, non-allocated windfall sites. To do so could have a significant adverse or even perverse effects on other matters in the planning balance. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carter. Mr. Stacey, looking at your evidence, you come to a conclusion on what you feel is the shortfall in affordable housing provision over the plan period. You then use the Sedgefield method, in other words, distribute that over the next 5-year period to suggest a figure of affordable housing need over the next 5 years. And then you've done some analysis in terms of supply and whether or not that figure will be provided through sites that are currently in the 5-year supply, assuming they provide 30% affordable housing as being policy compliant effectively. Would you like to just comment on that, please, on how you've come to those conclusions?
Yes, ma'am. I think you're referring to section 9 of my proof of evidence, page 53 onwards. So this is based upon figure 8.4, which we've previously touched on, which identifies a shortfall to date in the delivery of affordable housing of 669 homes. This isn't suggesting a new OAN, this isn't suggesting a new affordable housing requirement. In effect, I'm trying to show the scale of the problem just for the council to stand still over the next 5 years, i.e. to catch up the shortfall. They would need to deliver 305 affordable homes per annum to get back to 171 for the remainder of the plan period, and that's set out in figure 9.1 there. It's a simple equation, dividing 669 by 5 and adding it to the 171 gets us to 305. So that's the first part of the equation, and that was the middle figure of the range of figures I previously referred to in terms of addressing how the council are going to perform in the next 5 years from what we know. So 305 is obviously the figure I say for the next 5 years in terms of catching up those affordable housing units. In effect, that's aligning it to the Sedgefield approach to removing 5-year supply deficits, and from what I read of the PPG, there is no distinction between market and affordable housing in terms of how that should be approached, and that's been endorsed in the Burton-on-Trent Aviation Lane decision, which is at CD 5.5.36. I did present evidence in that case of a similar nature, and there the inspector noted that this is paragraph 8 of that decision set out on paragraph 9.5 of my evidence. In my view, the extent of the shortfall and the number of households on the council's housing register combine to demonstrate a significant pressing need for affordable housing now, and obviously that's my position in this case as well. As such, I consider that the aim should be to meet the shortfall as soon as possible. So in that respect, I think that does endorse the Sedgefield approach. We're coming on to future supply, which is the second part of your question. So the first part of my analysis in the proof of evidence took two approaches. The first was to top slice the known expectations of the council in terms of their overall completion, so that they're assuming that there will be 3,586 dwellings completed over the next 5 years, generously assuming that all of those provide policy compliant levels at 30%, not 20% as in this case and PDL. That would deliver 215 affordable homes per annum over the next 5 years. Applying the previously assumed gross figure, which is the 21%, which is set out in figure 8.1, I think it is, 21%, yes, page 48. That would deliver slightly fewer affordable homes at 129 per annum, 150 dwellings per annum, which I say would be a modest improvement above the past average delivery of 129. However, Mr. Carter's comments in his evidence prompted me to do a thorough review of each site, and that has revealed in the rebuttal that when you look at the sites, that will actually deliver 125 gross affordable homes per annum, which in fact would be below the previous past completion rate over the last 11 years. And then I go on to compare that obviously to the 171, the 305 and the 4... Actually, I haven't done it against the 495 because, as Mr. Carter rightly points out, that's not yet been tested, but that clearly shows the scale and extent of need that the council are going to have to grapple with in the future. Just briefly in response to Mr. Carter as well, I'm certainly not suggesting that 495 dwellings has to be delivered every year. I think he rightly points out that that would require a significant uplift in market housing. We're talking about plan making, we're talking about policy on, policy off. The reason I rely on the 495 is that it clearly shows that the level of affordable housing need has increased in Rugby, and specifically in Rugby, irrespective of any Coventry issues. The Headner identifies a need for Rugby as it stands now, and that is significantly higher than previous assessments. Okay,
thank you. So, just concluding from your analysis, basically what you are saying in a nutshell is that on your assessment, the sites in the 5-year supply, if they provide 30% affordable, in other words, assuming they're all greenfield, potentially they could provide 215 affordable housings per annum, which clearly would fall short of the 305 dwellings which you reference in your figure 9.1. So ultimately your conclusion is that there is a significant shortfall and there is an ongoing need which needs to be met. And as you say, that need is now rather than in the future. People are on the waiting list waiting now. First of all, your approach in using the Sedgefield approach, why do you think the Sedgefield approach is more appropriate rather than the Liverpool approach, spreading it out over the whole of the plan period?
I think that's fairly simple, Ma'am. If you apply the Sedgefield approach to market housing, I think you could argue that those in affordable housing arguably need it more than those in market housing. So why would you not seek to apply to deal with it as swiftly as possible? So I think it's the human touch that from my perspective, there's a need, and we should be seeking to address that as swiftly as possible, as referred to in the aviation lane appeal decision.
Yes, I looked at that appeal decision. I think that inspector, I wouldn't say she endorsed that approach, but she certainly said if we take that approach, this is what it means. In other words, in terms of figures for that particular case. But I would certainly take the fact that if you do adopt that approach, that is the conclusion. And I take your point about affordable housing need and the urgency of meeting that, and that could potentially give a justification for using that approach rather than spreading it out over the plan period as a whole.
Just in the alternative, if you don't consider the approach as appropriate, obviously the future supply analysis that I've done would be below the 171 as well. So there's still an ongoing pressing need for more affordable housing units.
Mr. Carter, do you want to come back on any of those points there, please?
I was going to mention a couple of things. As I've already said, the approach in the current local plan will be addressing affordable housing needs over the rest of the plan period. Monitoring has demonstrated the step change in housing provision overall has started to deliver a matching step change in affordable housing provision in line with the local plan. We would not agree with Mr. Stacey on adoption of the Sedgefield method. We would suggest that dealing with any shortfall over the plan period would be the appropriate method in this case. And in terms of the points he's making about affordable housing over the next 5 years and the local plan period and how this applies to this appeal site, CD 260 in Appendix D includes a timescale and phasing chart. That's the third page in the appendix. That assumes a 42-month construction period and a total of 51 months from purchase of the site by a house builder to completion. So, should the appeal be allowed, the appellant must identify a purchaser, agree a price. Having purchased the site, the house builder will have to see whether he wishes to see any change to the scheme, for instance, in terms of house types, the layout, and if so, submit plans for approval. In any event, there has to be a landscaping plan for approval submitted and in relation to access within the site as well. Before he can commence development, he must also submit and have approved the affordable housing scheme and, if desired, discounted market scheme, and thereafter seek affordable housing provider. He also has to submit and have approved an open space scheme and full details of the sports pavilion including the associated car parking, have to be provided. And they have to be provided in terms of completions of number of dwellings, in terms of the conditions as well. And also the specification of the 3G pitch has to be agreed. He's also got to carry out a full asbestos survey, phase 2 geo-environmental contamination investigation and remedial scheme has to be agreed and carried out. The point I'm trying to make is that the foregoing suggests that it's far from clear that the development will be completed within 5 years of the grant of planning permission. And the contribution of affordable housing from the appeal site would therefore be relatively small, and during the 5-year period a local plan review will take place, and that will address the matters addressed by Mr. Stacey, and if necessary it will lead to the identification of appropriate sites in accordance with the development strategy of the plan at the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
Well, just in response to that, some of those issues are obviously probably for Mr. Hooper rather than myself in terms of timescales for addressing any conditions or Section 106 requirements. From my perspective, I'm aware that the appellants are in discussions with a registered provider. We've had a letter expressing interest from which we could submit to you. There is an interest in delivering the affordable houses on this site. The contribution will be significant in my view in respect of the evidence of need that's before us.
I think the point that Mr. Carter's making is that there are a number of various hurdles to overcome yet: condition compliance, reserve matters submissions. These things take time, and even with a fair wind, it's going to be, I don't know, 3-4 years possibly before we see delivery on site. I think that's the point Mr. Carter's making. I don't know the exact time frames, and as you say, Mr. Hooper may be able to help us a little bit more about that. But the point is that it's not going to be immediate. There is a lead-in time with all schemes, effectively.
Yes, ma'am, there is, but equally, Mr. Stevens, equally, you know, that applies to all planning applications, and you've got a plethora of examples of sites being granted planning permission with weight attached to the delivery of affordable housing.
Mr. Stevens.
Oh, thank you, Ma'am. I don't want to repeat comments, but just to say the council position is that of Mr. Carter's as well in terms of the Liverpool approach rather than Sedgeford.
Mum, I just find that difficult to accept, really, because it just means that people are left languishing on the waiting list for longer. You know, it comes back to the, you know, how should you seek to address affordable housing need? It's not a tick box that can just be caught up later in time, which seems to be the council's approach, and the Rule 6 approach is to, you know, don't worry, it's all going to catch up. I find that very difficult to accept.
All right. I think we'll leave it there, because I understand all parties' position on this, so that's something I can take away and consider. But I think I want to turn to now, just bearing in mind what time we're on, can we turn to the affordable housing indicators? Now, Mr. Stacey, you go through a whole range of these, and in some depth. Would you like to just briefly summarise what that is demonstrating to us?
Thank you, Ma'am. I think it's context. It's important to understand how other factors relating to households and what pressures they may be facing, which may be forcing them to be in the private rented sector, or indeed meaning that they end up being within the affordable housing definition and qualifying for affordable home. So, for instance, waiting times, you know, that's from my perspective is quite enlightening to know that each household on the housing register, you know, the minimum time for a 2-bedroom affordable house, this is figure 10.2, would be 165 days, and for a 1-bedroom property would be 554 days. You know, those are significant waiting times. And then in terms of context, in terms of some of the other indicators, the lower quartile affordability ratio, I've compared that to how Rugby compares to the West Midlands and England. Figure 10.3 demonstrates that the lower quartile, which will be those towards the bottom end of the housing ladder, would be having to find incomes which would be 7.6 times their income to acquire a house. Typical mortgages are at 4.5%. So again, it indicates that there's perhaps a greater pressure for properties in Rugby compared to West Midlands and England. Similarly, looking at the lower quartile house prices, drilling down to the middle layer super output area, figure 10.4, we can see significantly higher house prices this is lower quartile house prices within the immediate area of the appeal site, and similarly Rugby being higher than England and the West Midlands. Tenure profile is again one that I think is quite enlightening for us in terms of identifying that within the Rugby 004 MSOA that there's a significantly higher proportion of owner-occupied properties correspondingly compared to Rugby, lower proportions of shared ownership, social rent and private rented properties locally. So for anybody that does have a preference locally, I think it demonstrates that it's going to be particularly challenging for them to have their needs met, perhaps where they've got family connections or other reasons to be within that local area. So again, that's an indicator to me that that there's a particular lack of affordable housing in terms of shared ownership and social rent compared to Rugby as a whole. Obviously, that will be dependent upon morphology and growth of the village and other influences to that nature. And then the overall view that I take is that why this is important is to look at trends, and I've set out how each of the indicators that I've looked at in respect of lower quartile affordability ratios, house prices, private sector rents, those trends are all showing an upward position from 2011. Obviously, some of the indicators are coming down in the last year as a consequence of cost of living crisis. But then if you factor in cost of living crisis to those in affordable housing need, you can see that melds itself into an even greater problem for those requiring affordable housing. So it's context. I accept it's not plan making, but I present this evidence in many cases, and some inspectors do report these findings within their decision letter. I'm not inviting you to do that necessarily, but obviously I am inviting you to have regard to those indicators. Thank you.
Yeah, it is helpful in terms of the wider context of Rugby. Not being a local person, it's helpful to understand the overall market for this area. That is helpful. Can I just ask you, the council have produced a further statement, haven't they, to try and explain the differences of figures in terms of the housing register. And we have a further statement here to clarify that position. Do you accept that information, or is there anything you wish to comment on?
Well, clearly I relied upon the Freedom of Information request that provided the higher figures in the first place, so I would be foolish and churlish not to accept these figures. I don't understand the mechanism and the changes, so perhaps we could hear from the council's housing officer in respect of the process, how the figures have changed and what it might mean in terms of future years. From my perspective, this is a phenomenon that I have seen take account of changes that were allowed in the 2011 Localism Act, which has seen councils' ability to set their own eligibility criteria, and some of the appeals I've referred to refer to that. But in those cases, quite often you will see a drop-off in, say, 2013-14 when the new allocations policy has been implemented, and then you see a bounce back or a growth where people realise that they need to re-register or the like. So my expectation is that if this has been as a consequence of a new IT system and people have been removed because they've not expressed an interest for a period of time, that doesn't necessarily mean that those needs have gone away. They're just not captured currently in which case I would say that the HEDNA probably provides a good indication of the ongoing need, you know, rather than what looks like a drop in the numbers locally in terms of preferences, but also a drop in the overall housing register. I make comparisons on an annual basis on the housing register because they do fluctuate throughout the year. So I would suggest that looking at 31st of March 2021, 22, 23, etc. would be appropriate. That's the date that the live table for the government is published in respect of recording the numbers of households on the housing register. So they can go up and down through the year. It's probably been influenced here by the IT system, but I would like to understand a little bit more before finalising my comments. But no, fully accept that this is the numbers. But on the numbers, we do they do exceed the number of social rented units that we are seeking to provide, and I do accept that people can make more than one preference generally, but it is an indication, and I think what we have to take away is, will all of these houses, the 14 social rented units, will they be occupied by someone in need? And I think the council have control of that, and the numbers appear to support us in terms of having sufficient households to be housed in accordance with their normal approach to allocating houses. You know, for instance, if there's an emergency or a need, then people can change where they sit on the housing register, and they may well be allocated a house here over and above someone that's expressed a preference. You know, and again, that's in the council's gift to house people in that manner, and that I assume that will be controlled through the 106.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did want to ask the council actually just to explain the process they have undertaken and how we have now arrived at a very different number of people on the register in those individual parishes. So can I turn to your colleague there, and maybe she'll be able to help us with what exactly has happened in this borough?
Thank you. Just to reintroduce myself, my name's Aurel Afonso. I'm the Housing Advice Team Leader. I am one of the operational leads for the Council's Housing Advice Team. So I work in housing rather than in planning, and the purpose of me being here today is only to provide some background information regarding the Council's housing waiting list. So just to start with the discrepancy in figures provided, we did have a new IT system for the waiting list, which was introduced in October last year. So there were around 700, 800 applicants who needed to be migrated over to the new IT system. And during this migration, we carried out a review of each applicant. Many applications were cancelled and they were removed from the waiting list. Their circumstances may have changed, or they were no longer in need, or simply they did not wish to be on the housing waiting list anymore. In general, there is a high demand for social housing. It's not just special to our area, but also across the country. Social housing does seem to be a particularly appealing option for those looking to be rehoused. One of the main reasons is that there is a chance to become a secure lifetime tenant. So the council operates a housing waiting list as a means for applicants to apply for social housing and also to be assessed. It's a closed housing waiting list. As there is a high demand for social housing, our waiting list can't be a free-for-all. Otherwise, the numbers would be much higher. We do have to ration access and ensure that we are housing those in the greatest housing need. So we do have a current housing allocations policy, which was adopted in 2019. And the council's housing allocations policy, it sets out who is and who isn't able to join the waiting list. And for those who are accepted, it determines what level of priority they're given. It is also just important to note that we are currently in the process of updating our housing allocations policy just to reflect local and national changes over the past few years. So it's difficult to comment on what the next few years will look like because this is something that we're currently working on. But a copy of our current housing allocations policy is available online. It's important to note that every single applicant who is accepted onto the waiting list, they have a demonstrated need for housing. whether it be a medical need, an overcrowding need, violence, homelessness, etc. There's a wide range of needs why someone would need to move. We are very strict, so there is eligibility and qualification criteria which must be met before an applicant can get accepted onto the waiting list. So we do reject a fair amount of applications where an applicant, they don't appear to have a housing need, or for other reasons such as their financial means, or they don't have a local connection, they don't meet the criteria or any of the exceptions that are listed in the policy. I also think it's just important to highlight that the waiting list, it's only a snapshot of those in need of affordable housing in general. It's only one facet of affordable housing, and the housing advice team at the council, we do also signpost people towards other facets. So we signpost people into the private rented sector. We do advise customers that they can approach registered providers or housing associations directly, which is separate to the waiting list. And just for example, homeless applicants, any customer who approaches as homeless or legally at risk of homelessness and we're working with them, they've taken a homeless application, we help them to secure private rented accommodation, and we refer them into supported accommodation projects as well. In terms of the demand for the housing waiting list, there is a huge difference in demand for urban areas compared to rural. Many applicants, they not only want access to public transport and essential services in the area, but they actually have a need for that as well. And we have to make sure that when we're offering someone accommodation, it's suitable for their needs. In terms of the figures that we've provided recently regarding the waiting list, I just want to add to that. I checked with the team on Friday, the housing waiting list team, and at the minute we have around 430 applicants on the waiting list, of which 124 of those applicants have expressed a preference for all areas to be considered. It's important to recognise that these figures are only for accepted applications, and we do receive, just to give you a summary of this year, so for this year we do receive around 100 to 130 new applications per month. So there is always a number of applications which are waiting for a decision where we haven't made that decision yet. We could be working with them for them to provide the required supporting evidence before we can make a decision. So I think the real demand is more than what the figures present. And I've been told today from the team that we currently have around 290 applications which we've received, but we haven't accepted or rejected them yet. The number of applicants on the waiting list, it does fluctuate quite a lot. Something that has impacted on the waiting list is the amount of new affordable housing that has come through in recent years. You would expect this, as I think we are a fast-growing local authority area. So just one example was Holton, where 103 properties were socially rented. I mean, it was a windfall site in terms of affordable housing, so it wasn't part of the Section 106 affordable housing obligation. But just going back to how the housing waiting list actually works, when somebody applies for the housing waiting list, they are asked to express area preferences, and they can tick as many areas as they want, or they can tick all areas, and we do actively encourage applicants to select as many areas as they can, especially if an applicant is homeless. We would advise that they tick all areas. Obviously, we do bear in mind that there might be some areas where they can't suitably reside. But the more areas you tick, the more properties you can be considered for. So that is our advice for someone to increase their chances of receiving an offer of accommodation.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much for that. I think that's probably all we need for our purposes today. Mr. Stacey, do you want to come back with a few comments on that, please?
Yeah. I know I can't ask questions, but the questions I had in my head were how many new entrants on the register each month, and I think we've been told that there are between 290 currently waiting to be processed, and between 100 and 130 new applicants each month. So that's again demonstrates the problems that people are facing. the fact that people have ticked all areas, I mean, yeah, if I was in a housing need, I would tick all areas because I would want assistance with my housing. So again, I'm not overly concerned that people are ticking all areas. The council will, as they say, through their allocations policy, assign the most appropriate people for that. I'm slightly concerned that the allocations policy is being looked at again, and I assume that the impact of that will be that there'll be even stricter qualification criteria and making sure that those most in need are addressed. Two further points. Obviously, the private rented sector is not the affordable housing definition, so it can't be considered as meeting those in affordable housing need. It's not subject to the same secure tenure, etc. So whilst it has a role to play potentially, it's not the same and shouldn't be considered as affordable housing. And if I can pose a question, Ma'am, through you, does the council consider that there are 14 suitable people to be housed in these properties? I think that, that's a fundamental thing that I would like to understand from the housing register. If the figures appear to imply that there will be that people housed in these houses will meet the council's qualification criteria, and I think that would give us quite a lot of encouragement that this is therefore a good benefit of this planning appeal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stacey. I don't think that's necessarily a question that I need answering. What I would like to do now is in a way, have a roundup from all parties, because we have gone through a number of issues that obviously are relevant to affordable housing and the level of need, the supply, which effectively looks at the level of need in the area and how important it is to provide affordable housing, which then feeds into each party's assessment of the contribution that makes and the weight to be given to affordable housing in the scheme as a whole. And there are differences between the parties. But my understanding from the evidence that I've seen from all is that the appellant attaches substantial weight to the provision of affordable housing. The council does similarly attach significant weight. So I think the council uses significant and the appellant suggested substantial, but it's still a high level. The Rule 6 party suggests a modest weight to be attributed to affordable housing. So just to round up our session, I'd just like to give everybody an opportunity to give me some final comments in relation to weight, please. So if we start with Mr. Carter, if you want to go first, thank you.
The reason I put my finger up, Ma'am, is because I hadn't had my say on the housing register, and there were one or two comments I wanted to make.
Okay, then we'll comment on the housing register and then conclude with your weight.
Okay. The new statement that came out last Friday suggests 19, 29 and 33 looking for a house in the three parishes closest to the site. But they may also have expressed a wish to be housed elsewhere in Rugby. So therefore we understand that the latest reduced figures therefore include an element of double or even triple counting. That's not intended as a criticism, but rather I'm trying to draw out an understanding of the situation and the figures. The needs identified in the three parishes could be met on new or existing housing provision elsewhere within the borough. On the housing register itself, I did mention that we'd sought information from the council on several issues in relation to affordable housing. And one of those issues that I wanted to do is to try and get a grip on the housing register over a longer time period. And on the 4th of April 2011, the number of households on the register stood at 1,800 households. And then we know in 2022 it was at 571 and 2023 411. Now we know that there are sort of periodic reviews and there might be a bit of an element of comparing apples and oranges in that sort of analysis. But it does seem to me that the evidence shows from the housing register that those on the register have been in decline since the start of the planned period, and that paints a somewhat different picture to Mr. Stacey's Hedner-based analysis. So we wouldn't wish to suggest that the needs or provision for affordable housing isn't important, but rather, again, stress the view underpinning the statutory development plan and the scale and distribution of new housing as required by that plan should meet the needs. Current developments under construction demonstrate that affordable housing units are being provided in the area local to the appeal site. Those are shown in the FOI response for Mr. Stacey's appendix, and the waiting times for the different sorts of properties, to me, suggest that the waiting times are particularly acute in respect of one-bedroom and really a four-bedroom properties where the waiting time, according to that table, would appear to be infinite. So I think those are the sorts of things that we think should be taken into account. In relation to house prices, it seems unlikely to us that development of the appeal site in itself would have any significant impact on house prices in the borough. Private rents don't feature as part of the proposal as I understand it. In terms of tenure profile, we do know that at Wolston, all of the affordable homes are to be provided as discount market homes. And it's unclear how the discount market homes really relate to housing needs, particularly those that might be included on the housing register. But it also suggests that affordable housing providers did not take up the opportunities on that site. Could that be because they are concentrating their efforts on allocated sites? The draft section 106, which is to be discussed later on this week, certainly allows a pathway for the appeal site to provide discount market housing. And that's something that we might hear more about. In terms of housing mix, it's not clear, as I've said, how the mix proposed relates to the requirements on the housing register, including the match or otherwise between what's proposed versus what is offered. The officer's report in paragraph, that's CD 06, Mark, in paragraph 7.8 suggests that the absence of any affordable 1 or 4 bed provision, especially for affordable 1 bed dwellings, is a shortfall. However, due to its more rural location, it's considered that 2 bedroom properties and above are more suitable for the site, and that RBC Housing have no objections to the scheme. To me, it's not really clear why 1 and 4 bedroom affordable properties are not suitable on the appeal site. And I do note that 1 bed affordable properties, for example, are available at the Sherwood Farm site as part of the mix. Thank you. In terms of the planning balance, I've only several additional points to make. The first point is that it's a requirement for affordable housing to be provided on qualifying sites for the provision of the appropriate amount, whether it's 20 or 30%. It's not strictly a benefit, it's a requirement. Taking account of the points that we've discussed today, both by Mr. Stacey, the Council, and myself, our response really is still as set out in our rebuttal, and SCS would attribute at most only modest positive weight to the provision of affordable housing on the appeal site, because it's a requirement, not specifically a benefit. And that's because variations in provision have not been effectively justified, and there is little or no evidence to demonstrate that by allowing the appeal, there would actually be a net increase in affordable housing provision in the borough. The affordable housing targets of 20-30% of the land allocations that are made in the plan should enable the affordable housing needs required to be addressed pending the update of the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. That's a good summary. Mr. Stevens, anything you'd like to comment finally, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Just in terms of the weight and with reference to the other appeal decisions that you've been provided that refer to substantial weight being given by the inspectors. Another well-known phrase in planning, ma'am, each case on its merits. And if you dig a little bit deeper into those appeal decisions, you'll see there's some notable differences with this case. In Colney Heath, there was a 97% shortfall in housing delivery of some 4,000 homes. In Billericay, the shortfall was some 2,500 affordable homes. In Amersham, the shortfall was 79%. In Droitwich Spa, the shortfall was significant, with no early prospects of resolution. And there isn't any evidence in the South Gloucestershire appeal which relate to either those shortfall or whether there was any prospects of resolution. I think here, Ma'am, with respect, there's slightly different circumstances. The shortfall is nowhere near as significant as in those cases. And we have a resolution to that shortfall, Ma'am, and it's a local plan, and it's the application of the local plan and the sites that are now coming forward that will address that shortfall. And that's why, in the council's view, recognising there is a local need and recognising that local need will be met in part by the development that's ongoing in Binley Woods at Lion Court, but there still is a need, and that need would have, therefore, result in a significant benefit arising from the appeal were it to be granted.
Right, thank you, Mr Stevens. So, finally, Mr Stacey, from you, please. Final comments.
Thank you, Ma'am. Can I just briefly respond to Mr Carter on terms of the housing register? I mean, the housing register is not the sole barometer of housing need. It will only capture those people looking for social rent or affordable rent. We're not providing any affordable rent as part of this scheme. Discounted market sales housing is an affordable housing product. The 2018 definition broadened the definition of affordable housing in Annex to the definition, and that effectively means that there's a broader range of households that now fall within the definition of affordable housing. In terms of housing mix, clearly not all sites have to slavishly follow a tenure mix. It will be for the council to address that over the plan period, and they seem to be appropriately doing that here by directing the appellants to a mix of housing and a tenure of housing that reflects the local circumstances. Dealing with Mr Carter in terms of weight, I'm surprised he says that affordable housing is not required as a benefit. Draw your attention, Ma'am, to CD 5.35, which is the Langton Road Norton appeal decision. And if I may just briefly read out paragraph 72, this is set out on my page 64 of my evidence, and the inspector in that case says, on the other hand, in light of the council's track record, the proposal's full compliance with planning policy on the supply of affordable housing would be beneficial. Some might say that all it is doing is complying with policy. It should not be counted as a benefit, but the policy is designed to produce a benefit, not to ward off a harm. So in my view, compliance with policy is beneficial, and full compliance, as here, when others have only achieved partial compliance, would be a considerable benefit. So that's a local plan making point. Affordable housing is expected to be delivered on this site, and it very much is a benefit. And similarly on that nature, the South Gloucestershire appeal, which Mr Stevens refers to, and again I did give evidence in that one, this is a similar point in terms of policy compliance. Paragraph 61 of CD 15.5.42, page 72 of my evidence says there are 3 different components of housing that would be delivered: market housing, affordable housing and custom build housing. Obviously we have 2 of those elements. They are all important, and substantial weight should be attached to each component for the reasons raised in evidence by the appellants, which was not substantively challenged by the council, albeit they all form part of the overall housing requirement supply. And this is the important point: the fact that the much needed affordable housing and custom build housing are elements that are no more than required by policy is irrelevant. They would still comprise significant social benefits that merit substantial weight. So again, it's a plan-making policy point. To be criticising us for policy compliance, I think would be unfair in that situation. Clearly, I disagree with the weight that both parties assign for the reasons that I've set out in terms of the worsening trends, the numbers on the housing registers, which, from the evidence I've just heard, I think will grow each month, and we will see different figures over the next few years. Shortfalls have been considered in each of the other cases. Obviously, some of those authorities, South Gloucestershire, for instance, is a significantly large Edge of Bristol authority, and correspondingly, I would expect those shortfalls to be greater where the overall size of the area is that much greater. So from my perspective, Ma'am, it's the trends, it's the future supply, which is, I'm saying, is inadequate to address the needs over the next 5 years. The fact that we appear to have at least 14 suitable households that would be met for the rented accommodation, and similarly, we haven't touched on the Help to Buy register data, but there is data that purports to show that there's an ongoing need for shared ownership accommodation as well. So bringing that all together, I would say that the need is great, and correspondingly the weight should be substantial in the planning balance. I accept I'm not giving the planning balance evidence. This evidence is contextual for yourself and for Mr. Hooper, who is conducting that exercise on behalf of the appellants. Thank you, Ma'am.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Stacey. Right, so I'm going to draw this session to a close now. Thank you very much, everybody, for your contributions. We will now take a break for 15 minutes. So we'll adjourn now until 11:30. Then we'll continue, I think, with Mr. Stevens and his planning proof of evidence. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we've got everybody now. So the time is just gone 11:30. So we continue this morning. So we now have Mr. Stevens, the planning witness for the council. So Mr. Richards, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Thank you very much, Madam. You're Gary Stevens, is that right?
That's correct.
And you're a partner at Marrons, and you've been with them since 2013. You hold a BA Honours degree in Countryside Planning from the University of Gloucestershire and an MA in Town and Country Planning and a postgraduate certificate in Urban Design from the University of the West of England, and you are a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. Is all of that correct?
That's correct.
And then at section 1 in your proof, you go on to give us the details of your over 26 years of experience of working in town planning. You tell us that prior to joining Marrons in 2013, you were development manager at Warwick District Council in this county and market area.
That's correct.
Yeah. And in your current role, you act for both developers and local authorities.
That's correct.
And then you tell us that you were approached by Rugby Borough Council in June of this year with a view to representing them in defending the appeal. You visited the appeal site, examined the relevant national planning policy guidance and development plan policies, read the application and its supporting documents and correspondence from third parties.
That's correct.
And then you tell us, importantly, at paragraph 1.5, that the evidence which you have prepared and now provide for this appeal is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, namely the RTPI, is that right?
That's correct.
And that in your written evidence, and can we add to that your oral evidence today,
That's correct.
you will express your true and professional opinions.
That's correct.
Good. Well, Mr. Stevens, the inspector, as we know, conveniently broke up the matters with which we are concerned into main issues. So we, in your evidence in chief, we'll just go through each main issue in turn, except that I expect, Madam, that you don't want Mr. Stevens to address the green belt with which we have dealt with. So let's pass over main issue 1 and go to main issue 2, the surplus to requirements issue. Now, you will have read Mr. Allen and Mr. Eadie, and now you've had the benefit of hearing Mr. Allen and Mr. Eadie. Where do you stand as the weigher of the planning balance on the surplus to requirements issue, Mr. Stevens?
In my opinion, Ma'am, it has not been clearly shown that this land and the buildings are surplus to requirements.
Yeah, why is that in a nutshell?
I think the evidence put forward by the appellant as to the decline in speedway and stock cars is clearly being contested by those governing bodies and those people who are active in those sports. I don't find that evidence convincing in that regard, in that sense. And I think as evident by the Rule 6 party, there is a requirement that articulated at this inquiry.
Okay, now the third main issue was on viability, and you'll recall that there's been a discussion with Mr. Eadie as to whether or not he wrapped that up into the second issue as well. What's your view? Is viability a separate issue to surplus to requirements?
Yes.
Okay. So then if we go to viability and main issue 3, first of all, how does the MPPF in Section 8 approach, Chapter 8, approach viability? Or does it?
It doesn't. Viability doesn't form in part of the consideration in respect of open space and recreation.
Okay. Okay, so if it's a freestanding material consideration, who has to demonstrate non-viability or viability, in your view? Where does the onus lie in an appeal like this?
The onus lies on the appellant if it's a material consideration which they're seeking to persuade you to give weight to.
Okay. And how should viability be assessed, in your view? Is there a methodology that's commended to us or recommended to us?
Yes, the National Planning Guidance sets out the recommended approach to assessing viability.
And has that been followed?
Not in the evidence before this inquiry.
So what criticism do you make then about how the appellant has looked at the issue of viability?
I think primarily it has presented costs of a redevelopment of the site for sports, speedway, stock cars. It's assessed the cost of a completely new facility on the site. That clearly isn't the only way in which the site can be used for speedway and stock cars. So the evidence in respect of how it's assessed costs, I think, is limited, and it hasn't considered all relevant scenarios. On the flip side of that, there's a paucity of evidence provided by the appellant as to the revenue and value of the recommencing of the use of the speedways on the other side of the coin of the viability assessment.
And what about any assessment as to whether or not the bottom-up approach of SCS is concerned? What they say they would like to do to get going again at the stadium. Have you seen any assessment from the appellants as to what that might be likely to cost?
No. We've only heard criticisms of the Real Six Parties' evidence on that.
Okay. And therefore, in your view, have the appellants discharged the onus, which you say is on them, with respect to viability?
No, to give weight to that material consideration, I think the evidence needs to be clear and convincing, and I don't think it is in this case, Ma'am.
Okay. Moving on then to main issue 4, whether there is a need for a 3G pitch. What do you make of the debate between Mr. Eadie and Mr. Allen?
I think it's clear, Ma'am, and I think it's agreed that there is evidence of a need for a 3G pitch within Rugby Borough. But I think if you look at the framework and paragraph 98, the last sentence of paragraph 98 explains how that evidence of need should be addressed, and it should be addressed through the plan making process. And that's the process which Rugby Borough Council are going through and have gone through with addressing that need.
Yes, what about the current plan? How does the current plan address that need?
It sets out a requirement, so policy HS4 sets out requirements on all developments to either provide facilities on site if they're of sufficient scale, or to make contributions to off-site provision. And having been involved in several applications in Rugby Borough, contributions are very often made towards off-site facilities, which the Borough Council then pool and put forward towards facilities within the borough that they see that best meet those needs arising from the development. There's one of the major allocations in the current local plan, the South West Rugby, includes a requirement for a secondary school. all of the developments as part of that allocation are contributing towards sports facilities, outdoor sports facilities, and with a potential likelihood that a facility will be provided as part of the secondary school when that comes forward.
Now, Mr. Allen accepted that it was relevant to have regard to the position in Coventry as a nearby authority, and it was relevant to look beyond the present towards the future, where, you know, perhaps even out to 2040. What do you say that should mean as to the weight to be given to the, or the benefits to be given to the 3G pitch? Is there anything over and above the meeting the existing need?
Now, I think in respect of Coventry, they're in a similar position. They have an adopted plan which is addressing the requirement through, again, a series of large allocations that are making contributions towards outdoor sports facilities, where the need will be addressed within the city. I think therefore the weight to be given to the benefit of the 3G pitch in this scenario is limited by the fact that the need identified is being met through the plan making process, which is as set out in the last sentence of paragraph 98.
And so far as the plan making process is concerned, no doubt the appellants, Mr. Hooper, Mr. Gately, will in due course make some comment about when that's likely to happen. But in your judgment, where is the plan-making process likely to determine that these pitches are needed or needed most, or where they ought to be located?
Well, within the adopted development plan and then through the decisions made by the councillor's development management process.
Yeah. I mean, you heard the debate between Mr. Allen and Mr. Eadie as to whether or not the appeal site was the best place to meet an acknowledged need. So far as you're concerned, as the person tasked with the overall consideration of the planning merits of the case, what are the consequences for weight given the location of the proposed pitch at Brandon rather than anywhere else, in your judgment?
Rugby Borough, I suppose, isn't that unique in that it has one main urban area which the majority of the population reside within, and then a series of relatively small villages that surround the urban area. And in that regard, obviously, the urban areas where the need is most generated. And in that regard, a facility attached to a village is not as best suited to meet that need arising within the borough because of its geographical location.
Good. Then moving on to main issue 5, which calls on you to offer the inspector the benefit of your opinion as to whether or not the benefits of one kind of sporting facility, the 3G pitch, outweighs the loss of another kind of facility, that is the stadium. How do you go about wrestling with that balance of benefits?
I think the first point to make is that national policy and local planning policy applies to all sports. It doesn't discriminate against any minority sports or sports which may be not as popular as other sports. And the first sentence of paragraph 98 requires a network of opportunities for sport and recreation, sort of sport and physical activity. And in that sense, I read that as opportunities for all sports, not just one particular sport or one particular sport that is most popular. not everyone plays football. And there are lots of places to play football in the borough. The need for 3G pitches in Rugby Borough is satisfied, save for the one pitch identified where the council, through the plan-making process, are seeking to address that need. There are lots of opportunities to play football within the borough. There are not the same equivalent opportunities to race motorbikes or stock cars within the borough or within the region. And therefore I think that needs to be taken into consideration when weighing the benefits of a facility for a very popular sport, but a sport that is relatively well provided for in the borough, compared to a facility for a sport which isn't well provided for within the region.
Now, what about the balance where, on the one hand, you're looking at essentially participants, and on the other hand, you've got many fewer participants at the stadium, but very many more spectators. How do you wrestle with that sort of balance?
I mean, spectators, in my opinion, are participants in the sport. They're not active participants in terms of undertaking physical activity, unless they're, riding the bikes or mending the bikes or whatever. But they're participants in the activity, and as participants in that activity, they're spectators, and they will be inspired to go and undertake that sport in their own time. It's like Wembley Stadium. Children are taking to Wembley Stadium, they see football being played, and that inspires them to play football more and more at school, and having a facility, a track that's got a stand next to it that people can go and watch sport can only inspire those spectators to participate actively in sport after the event.
And what about people like me who might want to go and watch Speedway but have no desire at all to take it up? But I go to meet my mates or to have a social occasion. Does the planning system place any weight on that sort of benefit?
It does. I think that relates to the well-being of communities, which is referenced in the first sentence of paragraph 98. And the benefits of participating as a spectator will have benefits to the community in terms of their well-being. And that's equally as important as health.
Now, there is an issue as to whether or not the appeal scheme, that's to say the housing and the 3G pitch, falls within the definition of alternative sports and recreational provision in paragraph 99C of the framework. If that's a matter of planning judgment, where does your judgment stand?
There's clearly a spectrum here, Ma'am, in terms of the development that's for alternative sports. At one end of the spectrum, you would have a development proposed that was solely for alternative sports. So replacing a pitch for a tennis court or something like that. And clearly in that context, 99C would be relevant because it is an alternative sports facility. At the other end of the spectrum, Ma'am, you could have a development that the majority of the development, almost the entirety of the development, was another use, but there happened to be a small element of the site that was proposed for alternative sports. And in that case, Ma'am, I think the planning judgment has got to be, well, 99C can't be relevant in that case because that isn't the basis of which the development is for. I kind of feel this argument put forward by, this argument is kind of linked to the overall planning balance and assessment of 99C anyway. In assessing 99C, you're assessing whether the benefits of that alternative provision outweigh the loss. And if you've got a development that is 90 or 99% not about sports, then clearly it makes that ability to say, well, the benefits outweigh the loss much, much harder, because it's a small component of a development that has no relationship with sports provision.
And so we turn to the facts of the current case, where we've got a stadium on the one hand being replaced by 120 houses and a 3G pitch and pavilion. Where's the planning judgment there?
It's a small component of the scheme, and in my view, the benefits don't outweigh the loss.
Now, so far as the 3G provision is concerned, we know that it is to be the subject of a community use agreement, and we are told that the appellants are hopeful that an organisation such as Sky Blues in the community will come along and run it. What happens if that doesn't come to pass? Or what happens if it does come to pass, but in X years' time, Sky Blues and the community say, we're not interested in doing this anymore, and walk away? What happens to the facility and its management in those circumstances?
If no one's willing to operate and manage a facility, then I suspect it will become redundant. And there will be no benefit then in terms of sports.
So, in your view, does the security of management impact on the weight you give it as a benefit?
Yes.
And then the other benefits, that's main issue 6, the market housing. We've got an agreed housing land supply position in the Statement of Common Ground at 5.6 years. We've got the housing delivery test position. You give the benefit moderate weight for market housing. Why did you select moderate weight as opposed to any higher weight, which I think Mr. Hooper has done, but as we will discover, it's not entirely clear from his proof what weight he's giving it. But why did you settle on moderate as opposed to, say, significant?
I think that there clearly is a benefit from the delivery of market housing. But I give it moderate weight in this context only insofar as the fact that the council has demonstrated through the plan making process and has demonstrated through its 5-year land supply that it is meeting its requirement, and therefore I give it moderate weight in this appeal.
On the other hand, you gave, as we have already discussed this morning, significant weight to affordable housing, and the Inspector has heard why that was in your closing remarks in the previous session, so we won't revisit that. So far as housing mix is concerned, I think we're all clear that it's not consistent verbatim with policy H1, but the Statement of Common Ground records that it is acceptable in this rural location. Has anything that you've heard at this inquiry caused you to worry about that conclusion or caused you to resile from the Statement of Common Ground?
No.
Then the economic benefits. I think you give them limited weight. Why did you alight upon that judgment?
I've read the evidence submitted and the updated evidence submitted by the appellant on the economic benefits. Again, Mark, clearly there will be benefits arising for jobs, construction, albeit that is a temporary benefit. There will be additional spend in the economy, and there will be council tax and revenues for the council. But have regard to the scale of the proposal, the scale of the jobs created, the scale of the financial elements. To put that one element in context, I think the council tax revenues were referenced as 557,000 per annum arising from the completed development. The Rugby Borough Council currently receives £8 million from council tax revenues. The County Council receives £305 million from the council tax revenues. The contribution as a proportion of what council tax revenues are for the authorities in this area is a very small component, and I don't then believe it will make a significant or tangible difference to the provision of services within Rugby Borough or Warwickshire that would give it significant weight in this context.
Now, one of the benefits complained by Mr. Hooper is a reduction in noise, dust and antisocial behaviour from the stadium use. What do you say about that claim?
Well, I think there's no evidence that this has been an unneighbourly use in terms of far as the speedway stock car use previously. This use existed for a long time. It was recognised by the parish council as an asset that they wanted to protect through planning policy. If this were an unneighbourly use that was arising, causing concern in the local community from issues such as dust or noise, or then I wouldn't expect to see a neighbourhood plan policy seeking its retention.
Next, biodiversity net gain. I think you've given that benefit limited weight. And Mr. Hooper has given it substantial weight. Why the difference between you, do you think?
I think the net gain assessment figures that I've been given by the council relate to a 16.28% net gain. That clearly is above the 10% threshold. It is a benefit in my view, but in the context of the overall borough and in the context of this appeal, I give it limited weight. I don't think it's a significant benefit.
Yeah. So, Mr. Stevens, just to conclude, stepping back and looking at this overall and in the round, we know that the inspector will be following the section 38.6 approach. She'll be asking herself, first of all, is this proposal in accordance with the development plan as a whole, or is it contrary to the development plan as a whole? What's your assistance if she needs it?
I believe it's contrary to the development plan.
And then, of course, if she reaches that conclusion, she'll ask herself, well, are there other material considerations that indicate otherwise? And do you think the benefits of balancing the benefits of the scheme with the adverse impacts of the scheme, the disbenefits of the scheme, however one wants to put it, do you think that indicates a decision other than in accordance with the development plan or not?
No.
Okay. Well, if the inspector reaches the same conclusion, she may be wondering, well, what on earth, if I dismiss this appeal, what on earth is going to happen to the stadium? What do you think ought or might well happen if this appeal is dismissed and the landowners have to think again?
Well, the lands and the structures and fixtures have a value. They have a value for speedway, stock car racing, and other ancillary sort of activities related to that. So there is a value in the land that the landowner may well seek to capitalise on and get a return on the land.
And and if the landlord, the landowner thinks, do you know what? Now the inspector's told me that I can't realise the housing value of the site. Is there anybody locally that the landlord might think of turning to assist in returning speedway and stock car racing to the site?
The Royal Six Party man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mr. Stevens, thank you very much. That's all I have. Please wait there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards, Mr. Stevens. So, Mr. Goatley, you'd like to cross-examine the witness, please?
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevens, good afternoon. I don't know how it is.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Stevens, a few matters, please, to deal with. I think as a matter of common consent between the council and the appellant, although this is greenbelt land, this is not considered inappropriate development. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there is, among other things, some matter we'll return to in due course, but there is a need to make efficient use of land. Would you agree?
There's a need to make effective use of land. That's a requirement of the framework. I'm not sure we're reference to efficient use of land. In my view, appears to relate to density and maximising density.
So in terms of making effective and efficient use of land, we have here an area of land which is suitable for consideration. It is previously developed land?
It is previously developed land.
And so far as previously developed land is concerned, is that something where policy is looking in order to ensure that that land is appropriately utilised, among other things, in preference to otherwise undeveloped land?
It is, but national policy only gives that substantial weight in the context where it's within settlements. That's the reference marm in the framework.
Where are you taking us to, Mr. Stevens?
Bear with me 1 second.
Certainly.
It's paragraph 120C, Ma'am. 120C.
And which part of 120 are you taking us to?
C. Give substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land within settlements for homes. This isn't in the settlement.
And what do you say should be the approach to utilising brownfield land of this sort out with a settlement? Just simply left to remain as brownfield land, unutilised in your view?
I think you need to consider a range of factors in that scenario, but I think it's still there still is a benefit of using brownfield land, but I don't think the government intends for it to be given substantial weight in that scenario. That's not what national policy says.
Well, what we do know is that paragraph 119 is looking to make as much use as possible of previously developed or brownfield land. Yes?
In context of plan making, that's correct, yes.
It's plan making and decisions, yes?
Well, no, it says strategic policies should set out a clear strategy for accommodating objectively assessed needs in a way that makes as much use as possible of previously developed or brownfield land. And
that's in context of the sentence which comes before, yes?
I think that's a separate point. That's about effective use of land.
And would this make effective use of land in your view, Mr. Stevens? Have you suggested it wouldn't make effective use of land?
It would make effective use of the land, but the point you've taken me to about in terms of make as much use as possible of previous development, that's in the context of plan making, not decision making.
So that's irrelevant for the purposes of this decision. Is that what you're telling the inspector?
Well, that's national policy guidance to strategic policy makers.
So is that irrelevant to making a decision here? Because if so, then paragraph 120 doesn't take us very far, does it?
Sorry, I'm talking about the second sentence of paragraph 119, which is the direction to strategic policy makers. I don't think it does take us very far in this appeal, because this isn't a strategic policy making forum.
So far as the environment is concerned here with its existing stadium, is that an environment which would be the subject of improvement or safeguarding if it were left in its current state?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah. If the buildings on site, if the site itself was left in its current state, would the environment then be safeguarded and improved thereby?
Sorry, can I ask what you mean by environment?
I'm looking at paragraph 119.
I think that policy is, or the first sentence of 119 is saying that decisions should make effective use of land in meeting needs while safeguarding and improving the environment. So I think that what their policy there is saying is, yes, make effective use, but recognise the environment is important and there may be aspects of a site that need to be safeguarded. And you should do that in a way that seeks to improve the environment. It's not saying make effective use at all costs.
Forgive me, that wasn't the question I asked. Was it, Mr. Stevens? Twice. Could you answer the question I put to you, Mr. Stevens?
Sorry, I referred to that sentence because that was where you took me to. Can I understand what you mean by the environment?
Would the environment be safeguarded and improved by reason of leaving the site in its current state?
I don't know whether the proposed use has a greater impact in terms of climate change, in terms of additional traffic.
Have you assessed
you
this
might
point?
argue that
Mr. Stevens, that isn't quite answering the question. It's a fairly straightforward question as I understand it.
leaving the site in its current state wouldn't improve the environment. It would be a status quo. There'd be no change in the environment. I'm struggling with the understanding what the concept of safeguarding the environment is. The point I'm making is that the proposed development will have an impact on the environment.
What it's looking for is decisions to promote an effective use of land in meeting the need for homes and other uses, while safeguarding and improving the environment and ensuring safe and healthy living conditions. The counterfactual which you have sought to set up, at variance with the officers of the council, is that leaving the status quo is desirable and more desirable than that. What I want to understand is how your assessment comes to whether or not the environment will be safeguarded and improved by that status quo, as opposed to the development of the sort envisaged in sentence 1 of paragraph 119.
I think I've just answered that, Marvin, that there wouldn't be an improvement to the environment. It would be a status quo arising if the site was left as it was.
If the inspector were to reach the view that improvement is a desirable outcome, in your view, would that be a fair objective for the inspector to consider within the overall planning balance?
That's correct.
If you were to consider that there were to be an improvement by reason of that which is proposed, as compared to that which constitutes the status quo to which you've referred, that would be an entirely rational approach consistent with paragraph 119, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
Now, paragraph 120 and C, the point on substantial weight, what weight, if any, do you say should be given to the use of using suitable brownfield land for development in circumstances where it currently presents as despoiled, degraded, or derelict? No weight, limited weight, moderate weight, significant weight?
I would give it significant weight.
And that is so even in circumstances where it clearly is not within an existing settlement. Yes?
In this scenario, yes, but I think what the government would give it substantial weight, but only within settlements. But obviously, we're outside of settlement, so it doesn't get substantial weight in my view.
Now, in respect of, you make a number of references within your proof of evidence to the evidence of Mr. Allen. Do you rely upon the evidence of Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, it'll be a matter for the inspector to make her assessment of all of the evidence provided to her on the sports-related issues. If she was to consider that she preferred the evidence of the appellant, Mr. Eadie and others, over that of Mr. Allen, then it would be fair to observe that a number of the propositions upon which you rely would then fall away. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to the PPG relating to the assessment, sorry, NPPF relating to the assessment of sports-related needs, we have already looked in part anyway at paragraphs 98 and 99. Paragraph 98, access to a network of high-quality open spaces and opportunities for sports and physical activity is important for the health and well-being of communities and can deliver wider benefits for nature and support efforts to address climate change. If we can just pause for those a moment. Sport and physical activity, what's the purpose of that in your view in terms of the way that that activity is accessed by people? Is it in your view that is directed to participation in sport, or do you say that that extends also to spectators?
I think it's to both, yeah, participants and spectators, because of the reference to well-being, health and well-being of communities.
There may well be a number of sports supporters who may be having a poor season, who may feel that their well-being is being adversely impacted by the lack of success of their team, whether or not that team is football or rugby. I don't think there are any Australians in the room, or for that matter, whether or not it's motorsports or otherwise. Where is that aspect of health and well-being of communities being reflected in spectator activity relevant to sports stadia, sports provisions? Because that doesn't appear within paragraph 98. Would that be fair?
Sorry, what doesn't appear in paragraph 98?
Anything relating to health and well-being of communities being a matter that relates to any objective for the provision or maintenance of sports stadia or sports facilities for the purposes of spectating.
Well, sports facilities and sports stadia are places where there's opportunities for sport, and that's important for health and well-being of communities. So well-being, in my interpretation, relates to mental health and how people benefit from sport, not just in a physical active sense, but in a mental sense as well.
Is there anything, whether in the PPG or elsewhere, from the Secretary of State, which stands up that particular approach to paragraph 98, and indeed this heading dealing with open space and recreation? Doesn't matter whether it's within the NPPF, a ministerial statement, within the PPG. Is there anything else that stands up that proposition that what we're looking at here is spectators going along and to a stadium rather than use of sports provision in an active and participatory sense?
There's no specific reference to spectators, but that's my interpretation of paragraph 98, that the reference to well-being of communities means more than just physical activity.
Right. So is there any other written ministerial statement, any other statement of policy from government or anything in the PPG that would endorse that approach?
No, I think I've just answered that, no.
No. Can you assist me in context of the existing activity there, the historic activity, the status quo on the site, how that delivers benefits for nature and support efforts to address climate change?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, it's the last part of that first sentence. Is there anything in terms of the previous use of the site as a speedway and stock car stadium that delivered wider benefits for nature and support efforts to address climate change? Is there any feature of that you can assist us with?
In terms of benefits for nature, I don't see that the existing site has any benefits for nature. I think the reference area 98 is probably recognising that open space can deliver wider benefits for nature, and that open space can have obviously areas for wildlife to exist in, and that's probably not relevant to consideration of sports stadia because it relates to open space. I think in terms of supporting efforts to address climate change, again, I think that's probably a wider benefit. One could argue that the more opportunities you have for sport and physical activity in the area, the less far people have to travel, and therefore the less far people have to travel, the less, the greater the effort to address climate change.
Well, let's just unpack that for a moment. So far as wider benefits, I mean, the Secretary of State has written it, so presumably he wanted it to form part of his policy. If it was irrelevant, he could have just put a line through it, couldn't he?
That's correct.
So is the decision maker obliged to take account of it?
That's correct.
Yeah. So delivering wider benefits for nature, we know that the proposed scheme delivers 16 point whatever % BNG as compared to that which is existing. Does that resound with that particular aspect of policy? Does that accord with that?
The development as a whole, yes, has a benefit for nature. That's correct.
Yeah. And so far as support efforts to address climate change, can you assist me as to how speedway and stock car racing support efforts to address climate change in comparison with that which is proposed?
Well, the participants in that sport, whether they're actively participating or whether they're spectators, don't have to travel as far to access opportunities for that activity.
Well, they may not travel at all.
Well, that would be a great shame, wouldn't it? Because then the opportunities for sport and physical activity are being denied.
Well, physical activity, let's just deal with that, the physical activity. What is the physical activity for the spectator? Getting there, staying there, standing up, perhaps sitting down and coming back home again. Is that the physical activity?
That's correct.
Yeah. Just so as I understand, is that what you consider the Secretary of State's policy is for communities utilising open space for sport and recreation?
Sorry, I don't understand that.
Do you consider that that is consistent with the Secretary of State's policy and government policy for sport and recreation? that being an objective of that?
Opportunities for physical activity is, that's what it says in para 98. That's the government objective.
And do you say that that process that I've just described to you, going to an event, standing or sitting at the event, coming back to the event, constitutes that physical activity? Is that what government's driving at?
No, I don't think it is. I think what government are driving at there is physical activity in the sport itself. But that's, so spectators in that sense aren't. I don't think that's what that policy is driving at.
And the same would be true for paragraph 99, wouldn't it?
What would be true, sorry?
That the purpose of having those space, sports and recreational buildings and land, including playing fields, is people to use them for playing on them, for being participants physically, yes?
No, I disagree. As I said before, I think spectators in a sport are participants in that activity, and that relates to their well-being, and that's what para 98 first sentence is driving at.
Right. Has that been a view ever endorsed at a planning appeal that you're aware of? It strikes as surprising, and I just want to understand whether or not that's something where you can assist the inspector at this point, that spectators fall square within 98, as opposed to those who are physical participants, are those who are covered by it. Any planning appeals? Any planning appeal decisions?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Has there been an assessment of spectator requirements for the purposes of the second part of paragraph 98, whether for speedway or for other use, undertaken by this council or any other council that you'd like to refer us to?
Sorry, when you say the second part of 98...
Yeah, starting planning policies should be based on robust and up-to-date assessments of the need for open space. Is there anything in terms of spectators that you can assist us with, where spectators and the needs of spectators to avail themselves of those opportunities have been the subject of a robust and up-to-date assessment?
No.
It would seem curious if the policy were directed to supporting spectators in the way that you have identified, that this council would not have undertaken such an exercise. Would you agree?
Sorry, could you...
Yes, if you're correct with your interpretation that paragraph 98 is directed towards spectators as participants, rather than those people who are participating by playing sports, then you'd expect any robust and up-to-date assessment to have looked at that, wouldn't you? And it hasn't.
No, firstly, I've not said that 98 is solely directed to spectators.
I didn't ask you about solely.
No, but you started by saying that I said 98 was solely to do with spectators,
no, I didn't.
and I haven't said that.
I've never said that. We can do the playback. You can do the playback in due course. But no, I've not said that. So far as 98, you have said it relates to spectators as well as participants.
That's correct.
Yeah. Is there any assessment of spectators? Robust, up-to-date assessment?
No.
Has any such assessment ever been undertaken by your council since the NPPF came in 2012?
Not to my knowledge.
So far as you're aware, has any other local planning authority undertaken such an exercise?
Not to my knowledge.
So if paragraph 98 were directed to the formation of policies relating to such provision, one would expect such an assessment to have been undertaken. Would you agree?
No, because I think it would be part and parcel of an assessment of the facilities within a borough. And you would assess the value of that, both in terms of its quantity, quality, accessibility, etc. And it would be captured within the overall assessment.
Right.
I don't think you would separate it out and look at it purely from a spectator point of view. I think you would just recognise that where there are facilities that have spectators, there will be additional benefits arising.
Can you identify any report where spectators have been identified, not necessarily exclusively, not solely, but in the manner that you've identified within this authority?
Not to my knowledge.
No. If one was applying paragraph 98 in that manner, one should do so, shouldn't one?
Sorry, could you...
Yes, if you are trying to reflect spectators as well as participants, consistent with paragraph 98, then you should carry out a robust and up-to-date assessment of those needs, shouldn't you? In order to find out whether there are quantitative or qualitative deficits or surpluses. Yes?
That's correct.
And I don't see any report which makes any reference to spectators, correct?
That's correct.
And nor have you been able to identify any other authority that have done so, whether or not it's specifically identified or identified in composition with other participation to that effect, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. With respect, that's consistent with your approach being incompatible with the proper interpretation of that paragraph, isn't it?
No, I disagree. I think you can't disaggregate the benefits to well-being arising from stadia having spectator facilities.
Is there any assessment of well-being from spectator attendance at stadia undertaken by this authority or any other that you identified?
Not to my knowledge.
Moving to paragraph 99, existing open space, sports and recreational buildings and land, including playing fields, should not be built on unless. And there are three criteria, A, B, and C. They are all have as a suffix to each of those criteria the word or, the effect of which means that it's necessarily only to comply with one of them.
That's correct.
In terms of 99A, an assessment has been undertaken which has clearly shown the open space, buildings or land to be surplus to requirements. Let's deal with participants first. We heard from Mr. Allen, and he was unable to identify any participant who had been unable to take part in Speedway, or stock car for that matter, by reason of the absence of Brandon Stadium. I think I asked the same questions to Mr. Carter as well. If there is no one who is identified as being unable to carry out that particular activity of Speedway or stock car racing by reason of the absence of Brandon, then upon what basis do you say that there is a continuing requirement?
On the basis that there is a Rule 6 party here that has a requirement for a speedway track.
No, they may have an aspiration, they may have a desire. The reason why I asked you the question that I did, and in the way I did, can you identify any participants who are unable to undertake speedway or stock car racing by reason of the absence of the Brandon Stadium?
The Rule 6 Party.
No, forgive me. I'm going to make submissions about what the Rule 6 Party have said. Do you rely on the Rule 6 Party?
Insofar as a requirement, yes.
If the inspector finds that the Rule 6 Party have not made out a requirement in those terms, then in those circumstances, criterion A is satisfied. Would you agree?
That's correct.
In terms of understanding whether something is surplus to requirements, I might want to do a variety of things. I might want to drive an Aston Martin. I might want to live in some form of grand, near stately home, brackets unlisted. I might want to do a whole raft of things for that. The fact that that's my desire, that doesn't make that a requirement that the planning system has to provide for. Would you agree?
No, because national policy isn't written in a way to satisfy your desires. It's written in a way to satisfy requirement to make sure there are opportunities for sport and physical activity, and the evidence put forward by the Rule 6 Party is evidence that there is a requirement that they wish to fulfil. That and provide that opportunity for speedway and stock car racing in this area.
I'm going to move it away just from those particular subject areas for the moment in order to avoid any implication of giving offence. So I'm just going to say, let's say it's the sport of tiddlywinks for the sake of argument, and the people who want to carry out the sport of tiddlywinks would really like to have this very large area that they don't own for the purposes of carrying out the sport of tiddlywinks. There is a question as to how much money is required in order to turn it into a suitable tiddlywink event location. And it may be that a decision taker takes the view that they have been unable to demonstrate, having regard to the costs that may be involved in that process, that that has a realistic prospect of taking place. They may have a desire for doing that, but when looking at the question of whether or not the land which needs to be made effective and efficient use of is surplus to requirements, a decision taker is entitled to take account of the financial realism of that. Would you agree?
I think the financial realism of that is a material consideration.
But it's
material.
Yes.
It's material consideration.
It's a material to deciding whether or not the land is surplus to requirements. Because if the people who have those desires would be unable to bring those desires forward in the manner identified, because they don't own the land, among other things, they don't have the money to be able to undertake that exercise in the manner that needs to be undertaken, then that would be material to the question of whether or not the existing facility, or whatever it is surplus to requirements. Would you agree?
I think it's a separate consideration. I think there's a question of whether there's a requirement. If there's a requirement, then clearly there's a separate consideration. What is that? Can that use be viably brought back into use?
But that's a separate consideration out with policy on your basis. Is that correct?
It's out with 99A, yes, that's correct.
Do you say the inspector is not entitled to take into account financial realism for the purposes of assessing 99A?
I think it's a separate consideration that the decision maker should take into account, yes.
Forgive me, is it out with, so the inspector is not entitled to take it into account within 99A?
That's correct.
Right. (99B) doesn't need to concern us. 99C You, I think, posed what amounted to something of a spectrum in respect of this. In that you're dealing with something that was a very small part of a site as opposed to a large part of a site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. The area of the proposed pitch as compared to the area of the proposed stadium, purely the stadium itself, they're not materially different in size. Would you agree?
I haven't got those figures in front of me, so I can't agree.
You've had a look. You've had a look at that. How material is the difference between them?
It's materially different. Yes, that's correct.
How far materially different? 99%, 90% different?
Looking at the area of the track, the stands, the sort of ancillary land around those buildings and uses, I'd make an assessment that it's the 3G pitch is probably a third, maybe a half of the area.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be looking for mathematical exactitude, Stevens, thank you for that. But we're not up at your 90 or 95% or 99%, are we?
Well, if you're taking the whole of the site, so you're including the car parking area and the other land that's associated with the use of the track, the pitch and the pavilion area, I'm going to say it's between 10 and 20%.
I think it'd be higher than that, but hear what you say.
I haven't seen any evidence on that. But,
have you measured off the size of the pitch? But I'll leave that as a matter moot for the inspector. On any basis, we're not at your 90 or 99%, are we?
Just under that, yeah, that's right.
The development for alternative sports and recreational provision, it doesn't say exclusively or solely or predominantly, does it? Within 99C.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't seek to exclude any other form of development that may come forward at the same time. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Ultimately, it's a matter for the inspector to weigh the benefits and the loss of the former use of the stadium. That's a matter for the inspector in due course. But there can't be any doubt, is there, that 99C is explicitly engaged here. Would you agree?
That's correct. I think the point I was making, that obviously the more of the development that is non-sport related, the harder it is to concede that there is a case for the benefits outweighing the loss.
Well, that's a matter of essentially within the planning balance as opposed to the application of the component of the policy, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. Among the features that would be relevant for the inspector to take into account would be the extent of participation and usage. Would you agree?
I think it's relevant to take into account, but I think, as I said in my evidence earlier, that it's a component, but it can't be the only component, because if you apply that as the only component in terms of assessing that, then inevitably you're only going to ever provide sports that are the most popular or they have the highest density of activity rates. And that wouldn't fit squarely with 98, which talks about providing opportunities for for all sports and activities, not just those that are most popular.
Don't think 98 says that.
Well, it says opportunities for sport. And
Sport
I
and
mean, that
physical
means,
activity.
well, I interpret that as all sport, not.
Well, okay, so we have to insert another wording to go with your approach to this.
No, it's not correct. It's the interpretation of opportunities for sport. I see that as encompassing all sports.
Okay. So far as the point I put to you, usage would be a factor for the inspector to take into account. I didn't say it was the only factor, did I?
No, you didn't.
No. But it would be a relevant factor. What level of participation and usage do you say that the speedway track would accommodate both for speedway and stock car? Firstly, by participants, and secondly, by spectators, and if so, upon what evidence other than that you have from Mr. Allen?
Well, I rely on the evidence put forward by other parties in that respect.
And what would that evidence be? What would be your participation numbers that the inspector is taking account of? Because you may have gathered I've had a bit of difficulty getting people to tell me participation numbers and spectator numbers. What numbers do you say the inspector should be taking cognizance of for the purposes of the planning balance?
I bring no evidence to this inquiry, Mark, in terms of the evidence of spectators. I rely on the evidence of others in that respect.
So the answer to my question, what do you say that the inspector should be taking into account for the purposes of participation and usage? Because it's a relevant factor, not the only one, but just let's deal with that. We have a figure from Mr. Eady. He has condescended to provide us with a figure, which Mr. Allen essentially agreed with. You tell us, please, what would be the figures on the other side. Alternatively, are you unable to provide us with any figures?
I rely on the evidence that they've given. I have no figures on my own, Mark.
It would be rationally open to the inspector, wouldn't it, for the inspector to conclude that in addition to paragraph 99A, that 99C has been satisfied. Would you agree?
That could be a conclusion, yes.
Yeah, but not just a conclusion, it would be rationally open to the inspector. You're not saying it would be irrational for the inspector to reach that view. Thank you very much. In context of the local plan, if we may, and let me just get a copy of the local plan, which is CD 8.2. I think we're taken as a matter coming from the decision notice to HS4C, and I think that's the only component that is referable to this. Is that correct?
Sorry, you did refer to what? Sorry.
I beg your pardon. It's within the plan. I do beg your pardon, I'm getting ahead of myself. CD 8.2, it's page 67. It's policy HS4C.
That's the policy, yes.
Yeah. Is there anything within HS4C that goes beyond any of the elements of paragraph 99 with which we have already spent a little time?
No.
So everything that we've effectively dealt with in context of that similarly applies likewise in context of HS4C.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Right. Everything that we've just discussed on paragraph 99, is there anything on paragraph 99 where there are any policy criteria that we need to potentially assess because they are different to those that are in paragraph 99 of the NPPF?
No.
No. So all of the answers that you've given me in context to paragraph 99 apply equally, seriatim, to those that are in HS4C.
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, if the inspector were to conclude that in respect of the matters that we've already explored in respect of paragraph 99, that those are satisfied, either A or C, or indeed both of them, then there would be compliance with policy HS4C. Would you agree?
That's correct.
If there were compliance with policy HS4C, then there would be compliance with the local plan as a whole. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Let's, if we may, have a look at the Brandon and Bretford Neighbourhood Development Plan, which is CD 8.3. One policy is referred to, which is policy LF1, which is on page 44 of that document. Do you have that?
Yes.
I think we're dealing with, among other things, the second sentence, proposals, because it's an identified facility. We see that in the second paragraph of that policy, being the Brandon Stadium. Proposals that would diminish or remove a community facility will be required that the facility is no longer needed or viable, and there is no realistic prospect of viability being improved with either the current or other community uses. New community facilities will in principle be supported. Taking those matters in turn, please. The two tests are demonstration of facilities no longer needed or viable. Issue of viability is specifically in play and engaged by that aspect of this policy. Would you agree?
That's correct.
So if the inspector were to conclude, consistent with this policy, that the facility is no longer viable, then in those circumstances, that would be sufficient for satisfaction of that. Would you agree?
In respect of the neighbourhood plan, that's correct. Yeah.
Similarly, if the inspector were to conclude that it's no longer needed, similarly, there would be conformity. Yes?
That's correct.
And similarly, the inspector is entitled to come to a view as to whether or not there is a realistic prospect of viability being improved. That's correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yep. The inspector is entitled within this policy to take a view as to whether there's a realistic prospect, or to be more precise, no realistic prospect of viability being improved.
That's correct.
Yeah. We do know that new community facilities will in principle be supported. Is there any reason why the 3G pitch and its pavilion would not fall within the description of new community facilities?
No.
So that would get support under this particular policy?
In principle, yes.
Do you present any viability evidence yourself, Mr. Stevens?
No.
Applying the terms of policy LF1, it requires the inspector clearly to make a number of judgments, but it would be an entirely rational judgment for her to form that there would be conformity with policy LF1. Would you agree?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, it would be an entirely rational decision. It's not the only decision available to her, but it would be an entirely rational decision for her to conclude that there was conformity with policy LF1 of the neighbourhood plan.
That's correct.
Yeah. If in those circumstances the inspector concludes that, then there would be conformity with the development plan as a whole. Would you agree?
I'd agree.
And in those circumstances, the relevant approach to decision taking would be to grant permission. We've already discussed the position with regard to paragraph 99. In those circumstances, if the inspector were to reach those conclusions, then in those circumstances, there's no reason why permission ought to be granted. Ought not to be granted, I should say.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Certainly. If the inspector reaches that view, I don't understand there to be any other identified reason why permission should be withheld. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Now, one aspect which we've already heard from Councillor Gillias earlier during this inquiry regarding a resolution passed by the Council in context of this particular site. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Yeah. So far as you're aware, are there any relevant steps that have been undertaken with a view either to providing financial support or supporting a process leading to the compulsory acquisition of the site, either in the event that this permission is not granted, or indeed even if this permission is granted?
No steps have been undertaken as yet, no.
Are there any reports to relevant committees or organs of the Council in which that has been either canvassed or discussed?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to move on to the 3G pitch as the next issue. That might be a suitable time for a break.
That's absolutely fine. I was going to ask you actually how I'm sure you've got some more to go, but yeah, it will be opportune time to have a break. Do you still want an hour for lunch or 3/4 of an hour? Any views?
Um,
An hour? Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll break then till 2 o'clock for lunch. Mr. Stevens, the normal caveats, of course, that you aren't able to discuss with your team over lunch. Okay, so thank you very much. We'll adjourn then till 2. Right, we are just on 2 o'clock, so good afternoon and welcome to this afternoon's session. So now we're going to continue with our cross-examination of Mr. Stevens. So Mr. Goatley, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mum. Mr. Stevens, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have, with regard to the 3G pitch, you have agreed at paragraph 415 that there is a need for a 3G pitch within the borough. As I understand it, that need is one which comes from the Council's 2015 playing pitch strategy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We heard from Mr. Allen in regard to that. He was unable to identify any location where that one pitch need has ever been met since 2015. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So it would be fair for the inspector to observe that over the last 8 years, despite such a need being identified, none has ever come forward.
That's correct, but you've got to remember that the study was done in 2015, which informed the local plan, and the local plan was adopted in 2019, and the framework requires the need to be assessed and identified through the plan, and that's what the local plan is doing. It is 4 years since 2019, I accept that, but that's a more relevant period to answer that question.
Well, you heard what Mr. Eadie had to say, that such playing pitch strategies, unless they're refreshed, they'll be out of date in 3 years. They certainly need to be out of date in 5, and it is 8 years, and that is well out of date, certainly for the purposes of Sport England assessment. Do you have a different take on that?
It's being updated at the moment.
No, that's a different question to the one I put you. It's well out of date. Would you agree?
It's out of date, Ma'am.
Did either the playing pitch strategy or the local plan identify and deliver the single pitch from the 2015 study?
The local plan wouldn't deliver the pitch. That'll be a responsibility of the development management process.
And is there anything through the development management process that sees that pitch being delivered?
Not at the current time.
Now, Mr. Eadie carried out a further exercise looking at both the needs within Coventry and within Rugby in order to understand the extent to which there is a requirement. And there is a current requirement within Coventry of 2 pitches and a future requirement of 3.75. And that within Rugby, he identified a need for 2 1/4 pitches. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Is there any alternative evidence to that? Mr. Allen was unable to identify any. Do you identify any evidence alternative to that?
No.
You suggested in your evidence in chief that this was not the best location, best place. Can you assist me as to any plan policy that provides a means of providing that as a criterion for decision making?
Section 9 of the framework, MAN, promoting sustainable transport. Planning system should actually manage patterns of growth in support of the objectives. One of those objectives is to promote walking, cycling and public transport use.
You heard Mr. Eadie's evidence that for the purposes of assessing the use of a 3G pitch, he looked at a 5-mile radius. Yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. That's an exercise which he's undertaken recurrently and repeatedly, consistent with the approach advocated by Sport England. You heard that evidence?
That's correct.
Yeah. Is there anything to indicate that the approach that he's adopted is out with either the Sport England approach or Sport England approach consistent with that set out in the framework?
No, that's correct. And within 5 miles of the site is the city of Coventry, where clearly there will be better locations to accommodate this facility,
Do
having
you,
regard to the requirement to promote sustainable transport.
do you identify any such locations?
I don't identify any such locations.
Have any such locations been identified by anyone else in preference to those identified at the appeal site?
The reference has been made in the evidence to locations that are being looked at as priorities for facilities.
They're not priorities. We've already explored that. Unless you've got evidence to indicate that they are priorities in any adopted and consulted upon plan, I don't believe there is any identification of priorities. Matter I discussed with both Mr. Eadie and with Mr. Allen, you may recall. Do you have any evidence of priorities?
There's alternative locations that have been identified, and those are set out in the correspondence, which is within the evidence before you, ma'am.
None of those are either proceeding or the subject of any planning application, are they?
Not to my knowledge.
They are not the subject of any identified funding in order to allow for their delivery, have they?
Not to my knowledge, but the council, in its development management function, are applying policy HS4 to all developments within the borough and securing contributions towards outdoor sports facilities. And those contributions will go towards improving outdoor sports within the borough, and some of that money will be used to fund the delivery of 3G pitch, in due course.
For the purpose, well, you say that in due course. What we know as a matter of fact is that although having had a playing pitch strategy for 8 years and having had a local plan for 4 years, there has been not one pitch that's even made it as far as a planning application, nor received any funding. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct. In terms of, I'm not aware of any planning application for 3G pitch within the borough.
Yeah. So reality is, you can have people talking about it, consulting with each other, but they don't actually produce pitches. That seems to be the result of the process so far under the playing pitch strategy and under the local plan. That's correct, isn't it?
I think that's a bit of an unfair characterism of the actions the council have taken, but I agree with the fact that there isn't a planning application before the council went for any of a 3G pitch within the borough.
Yeah. Remember, that one pitch, that was identified now 8 years ago as a need not met then, correct?
That's correct, and as I say, the council have addressed that through the rugby local plan.
Well, they put wording in, they've addressed nothing, because there's no pitch. If they'd addressed it, there would now be a pitch that people would be playing on, wouldn't there?
That's correct.
Yeah. So the upshot is zilch for the moment. That's fair, isn't it?
I think that's a bit unfair to say zilch. I mean, I think there have been discussions and clearly there is a plan in place in terms of a policy framework to require contributions from development towards delivery of a pitch. When those developments come forward and those 106 obligations are paid to the council, then there will be a funding pool in place to take forward the actions and deliver a pitch.
You don't know where that funding is going to come from, do you?
106 contributions.
Which ones?
I haven't got a list of all of them, ma'am, but if you look at the 5-year housing land supply, you'll see there's 3,000 plus homes that are being delivered, and those will have 106 agreements attached to them, and there will be, I'm sure there will be contributions in there towards outdoor sports.
Well, but they will have 106 agreements for contributions towards open space and sports provision, but that might not necessarily be for a 3G pitch. It could be for sports facilities in proximity to those developments that serve that new population, or it could be to improve the quality of existing sites. That's so there is no guarantee those monies will be used for a 3G pitch.
There's no certainty, ma'am, but there will be a pot. There's a pot of money that will go towards improving sports pitches within the borough, and improving sports pitch mode could include the provision of a 3G pitch within rugby. And that would be consistent with the approach that council are adopting in terms of its development control functions.
Mr. Stevens, you make that as a general proposition. You sitting there, having made that proposition, are unable to identify a single, let alone collective, series of planning obligations that would provide a lawful means of delivering the particular funds to deliver a 3G pitch in a particular location. That is correct, isn't it?
Mum, I can...
No, answer the question, please, Mr. Stevens. You've put a general proposition out there to say that there's a big pot of money. You can't point to a single planning obligation, let alone a collective of planning obligations that will deliver one, can you?
Well, all I can point to, Ma'am, is the housing land supply evidence that's before you that lists out the sites that have planning permission for housing within Rugby Borough. I know that at least one of those, because I was the agent for the application at Corston, has a contribution on it towards outdoor sports facilities in accordance with HS4, and that money will be spent on improving sports facilities in the area, not on the specific site. And I'm sure that policy and that 106 contribution is replicated on all of the 106 agreements. Another scheme involved in Ashlawn Road at Rugby, again, has 890 homes, has a planning obligation for contributions to outdoor sports. The Rugby Borough Council's sports officer that we negotiated and dealt with will use that money to deliver improvements. Some of it I accept, some of it may not be spent on a 3G pitch, but some of it may well be spent on a 3G pitch. That will be down to the council to decide where best to spend that money.
Do any of those planning obligations identify a 3G pitch which will be delivered by means of those developments?
Not to my knowledge.
No. The council haven't identified a 3G pitch upon which any sums that may or may not be referable to those planning obligations, where it will be delivered, have they?
Not to my knowledge.
No. So all we know is there is a pot of money, and that's all we know. Yep.
There's a pot of money to be spent on improving outdoor sports facilities within the borough. Yeah. In accordance with HS4.
Whether it's in HS4 or otherwise, can you identify to me and to the inspector a plan policy, development plan policy, that imports a best place criterion for the purposes of delivery of such a pitch?
It's not worded as a best place policy, Ma'am, but if you refer to policy HS5 of the local plan, it's the next one after HS4. It talks about proposals being located where the use of public transport, walking and cycling can be optimised.
Policy HS5, titled Traffic Generation, Air Quality, Noise and Vibration.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Firstly, is that a reason for refusal?
It's not, Ma'am.
Does that form part of your evidence as to why permission ought to be withheld?
No, it is, Ma'am. But in terms of the weight you give to the benefit of the 3G pitch in the planning balance, I think you have to have regard to the evidence before you in terms of the need and where that need is arising and whether this is the best place to meet that need. Because if it is in the best place to meet the need, then you would give it more weight in the planning balance. If it's suboptimal or not preferred, you would give it less weight.
Can you point to me where there is an analysis of comparability of facilities proposed, alternative to this one, as to how they would or may not be, how they would or may be more sustainable?
I can't point you to an analysis, but the evidence in terms of Rugby Borough is largely the Rugby urban area, and facilities, potential facilities in that area will more easily comply with the requirements of policy HS5 than this location. Similarly, within Coventry City, I'm sure Coventry City has a similar policy to HS5.
Are you saying that this proposal is contrary to HS5?
No, I'm just saying that the weight you give to it as a benefit needs to have regard to the fact of its location and whether it is the best location to meet that need.
To ascertain whether it's the best location, you have not carried out any assessment to come up with a better location, have you?
No, I've just made a judgment based on the urban area of Rugby and where this location is in relation to that urban area.
So in terms of sites that might come forward or might not come forward because nothing happens on them, like nothing's happened for the past 8 years, but in terms of any other site to look at, to compare it, there is nothing to compare it to say that this isn't the best site, is there?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
There is nothing to compare this site with in order to say that another site is better than this site, is there?
Only the sites that were listed in the evidence as sites that have been discussed.
You have no idea whether any of those sites are going to come forward, do you? No planning permission, no planning application, no funding. You actually have no idea about any of those sites, do you?
Only those sites which the Borough Council are looking at as a means of addressing the need.
Yeah. So beyond that, you actually have no evidence to put to this inquiry that there is a preferable, a better site, have you? Because you do not know whether any of those sites are capable of coming forward. That is correct, isn't it?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. You have no evidence that any of these sites will come forward in order to be able to say that they are a better site. That, as a matter of both fact and analysis, is correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. So consequently, the only site that is coming forward, and for which there are no comparators, is the appeal site. That is correct, isn't it?
Well, it's the only site that has a planning application.
And funding.
But isn't necessarily the only site that's coming forward.
No other sites are in your development management process, and no other sites have been identified through your plan-making process, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So in terms of comparison, there is no site to compare the appeal site with for the provision of a 3G pitch, is there?
Well, there's only the sites that are listed in the evidence, but those aren't in the development management process.
Yeah. And you don't know whether or not they're capable of being funded, do you?
Well, the council's approach to funding it is to rely on Section 106 contribution.
Forgive me, it's not a question of the council's approach to. You cannot sit here and tell the inspector that they are capable of being funded, can you? And the reason for that is because these sites have gone nowhere. So consequently, no decisions have been taken about them. That's right, isn't it? You can't tell the inspector that they're going to be funded, correct?
I don't know the funding of the delivery of the pitch when it comes forward, but I do know that the council have a mechanism in its local plan to secure contributions from development that would give a fund for the delivery of a 3G pitch.
The council has a mechanism, yes, we all agree with that. We don't have any evidence before this inquiry that that pot of money is sufficient or where that site's going to go.
That's correct.
It's a comparable site to what's been proposed in the appeal proposal.
That's correct.
There's no objection to that site. Indeed, there isn't even an objection to the site from Mr. Allen, is there? The appeal site?
There's no objection, no.
No. So in terms of sites that actually have any prospect of delivery in a tangible development management and funded way, this is the only site, isn't it?
At this time, yes.
Yeah. It's the best site that's available for the inspector in terms of the evidence before her, because it's the only one, correct?
At this time, yes.
Yeah. And to a site to which there is no objection, not only from the council, nor from any other relevant party. Correct? There's no objection from Sport England, no objection from any of the sporting bodies referable to 3G pitch, correct?
There's no objection, but I think the responses and the views of those bodies and Sport England is that they're probably preferable sites elsewhere.
Yeah, I know. And if they were here, I would be getting similarly unsatisfactory answers from them, that everyone's talked to someone else, but nothing's happened for at least the last 8 years. That's the reason why we're trying to get to the bottom of this and get clarity. So in terms of the best site, this is the only site. This is the only show in town, isn't it?
Insofar as Rugbyborough, yes.
Yeah. So even if there were a best place exercise, that best place exercise would only have one entrant, this site, wouldn't it?
Based on sites that are in the development management process, yes.
You were asked about the prospects of Sky Blues in the community or any other body that might be responsible for its management disappearing. First of all, do you have any knowledge or evidence as to the prospects of that occurring in the event that permission is granted and that they or some other party would take on the role of the management of this particular facility?
I don't have any evidence that they would disappear.
We will have a Section 106 obligation session in due course looking at how this particular facility is provided and provided for. Just trying to understand, even in the counterfactual world, that for whatever reason something occurred, there are step-in provisions available to the local authority, aren't there, under the planning obligation?
Do you want to take me to those? Sir?
Have you been through the planning obligation?
I have, yes.
Right.
I can't remember the step-in clauses, though.
Right. So I'm advised that there are such clauses. Okay. So I understand it's a draft that's with the council at the moment, so it's probably best left to that particular session.
I've got the draft here.
Beyond that, what guarantee are you looking for from anyone who would provide for such a facility and a means of its management? What is it you would actually ask of them? What level of guarantee, just so as I understand as a matter of principle?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Yeah. What the suggestion appeared to be in your examination in chief about the security of the arrangement if for whatever reason Sky Blues and the community went away. What sort of guarantee are you looking for any person that provides such a facility for its long-term management?
Well, if the benefits are to outweigh the harm, then the benefits accrue from the use and the availability of this pitch. So the pitch and its use would need to be available.
Yeah, I've got that. But what I want to understand is as a matter of principle, what is the guarantee that you're looking for?
Well, I don't think the council are looking for any guarantee because the council are obviously objecting to the development.
Okay. Let's supposing the inspector grants permission for the development. The criticism appeared to be on the basis of an operational post-development world, that there was something that inhibited the attribution of weight or diminution in the weight attributable to this facility because it might go away. We've looked at what the likelihood of that is, and you've given me your answer on that. This is looking at the circumstances of, let's supposing your position is in some way pursued further. What guarantee are you looking for to be provided to the inspector to say that this facility will endure in the long term? I want to understand the nature of the principle of the obligation. Not necessarily it's drafting, but I want to understand the principle of the obligation.
Well, I suppose the council would be looking for certainty that the use and the facility was going to be available for the public. It'd be for the appellant to then come forward with a proposal as to how it would satisfy that.
Yeah, but rather than this being some kind of pillow fight in the dark, I know the council hasn't had much experience of this, at least in the past 8 years, but what level of certainty has it sought in respect of previous proposals in order to ensure that the facility endured in the long term?
I suspect previous proposals have been on public land, whether that's county or borough land, so I don't imagine they've been in this scenario.
Well, do you know that that's the case?
No, that's just from years of experience working in local government.
Yeah, but experience working in local government, not all of these sites come forward on local authority sites, do they? You heard that from Mr. Eady.
That's correct.
Yeah. So,
but they tend to be private-run facilities, and they aren't controlled. They aren't in the ownership of a public body, and therefore the local authority has less control on how those operators operate.
So, back to my question, what is it you're looking for when it comes to that session in order to make good your concern to the inspector? What is it you're saying ought to be there in order to overcome that concern?
But as I say, it's an obligation that requires the facility to be in use and maintained in use and actively for the public. I don't know how I can phrase that more clearly at this stage.
Is this a matter that we need to pick up in the 106
I think it
session?
maybe, but that's the reason why I tried to split it out to understand.
Yeah, I understand that. And I think what Mr. Stephen is trying to suggest is that you're looking for the 106 agreement to cover that eventuality and try and remove the risk as much as can be achieved.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Moving on to some of the other matters, biodiversity net gain, 16% plus. That's well in excess of 10%, and indeed 10% is not currently the statutory applied figure, is it?
That's correct.
So in those circumstances, 16% plus biodiversity net gain is materially in advance of that which might be secured via the existing application of national and development plan policy. Would you agree?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, 16%, or plus 16% biodiversity net gain is substantially in advance of that which could be secured either by the application of development plan policy or national policy, as we currently sit here. That's correct, isn't it?
Sorry, I was just reminding myself of the development plan policy. Policy NE1 requires a net gain in biodiversity.
So that's what. So any net gain is sufficient to satisfy that policy.
That's the policy requirement. Yeah.
Yeah. And national policy doesn't provide a per percentage figure, does it?
Not yet. No.
No. And we do know that come November, with the implementation of the Environment Act, then there'll be a 10% figure, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. So as we sit here at the moment, we achieved 16%, which is crudely over 15%, probably more than that which is necessary to satisfy policy.
That's correct.
That's sufficient to justify more than limited weight, is it not?
No, in my opinion, no.
Why not? Doesn't need to be that, but it is providing that. Why does that not achieve something more than limited weight?
Because it's a benefit, and it clearly merits weight, but I give it limited weight having regard to the scale of the site and the impact of that 16% in the context of the borough as a whole.
That's going to be the same in respect of every site that comes your way, referable to the borough as a whole or the scale of the site. All of them are going to be modest gains. The purpose by having that policy is to ensure that that gain is repeated and replicated time after time on all sites, so as to build up to a very sizable figure. Because no single site is going to be anything more than minuscule. Yes?
I disagree. I think if you had a site where you were achieving a net gain of, significantly more than 16%, then you would give it more weight. But I think in this context, 16% on the site of this side isn't worthy more than limited weight.
So even though it's probably something like 16 times more than that's necessary, that's not worthy of weight, other than the most limited weight.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, I'll leave the inspector to deal with that. Now, we're aware that there's no provision either for financial assistance, CPO, or anything of the like. You were asked in your examination in chief what may happen to the stadium in the event of this proposal not coming forward. Your answer was, well, something might happen. There may be some kind of value to be capitalised on. If the appellant looking at the value says, no, there's no value for this to go to speedway or stock car use, then in which case the site will continue in its current state thereafter, won't it?
It will, but the land is a cost to the appellant at the moment, isn't it? It's paying the cost of security. So at the moment, the land is costing it money. If it has a value for another use, then the laws of economics would dictate the landowner would have to look at that.
Well, landowner may look at that. Landowner may sit on it. So the consequence is, will that make effective and efficient use of previously developed land?
It wouldn't, but it would protect an opportunity for sport and recreation.
How do you know it would protect that opportunity?
Because the facility would still be there.
Well, the site would still be there. What constitutes the facility may be more debatable. What is it that you think is going to happen other than nothing? Is there anything that you can point to? And is there any justification for that?
Just the simple economics that if the landowner owns land that is costing them in terms of the maintenance and security of that site, and there's an alternative option that generates a value, then I think the laws of economics would dictate the landowner would take that value.
Or the landowner may sit on it.
That's their choice.
Yeah. In terms of the planning in the public interest, is that a good outcome or a bad outcome?
It's good for sport.
How's it good for sport, given that there'll be no sport taking place there?
Because the facility has been protected. So the opportunity still exists for it to be used for sport and recreation.
And that's for participation for races of teams of 7 people. Is that correct?
In terms of Speedway, yes.
And for stock cars, how many?
I'd have to defer to the evidence of others on that, Mark.
Well, not just defer to the evidence. This is your evidence. What happens? And what planning balance? How many people are going to be using it for stock car racing and how often?
I would defer to the evidence of others in that respect, Mark, in terms of what evidence they've given this inquiry, in terms of the number of people that participate in the sport. I accept it's low numbers in comparison with those that might use the facility for football, but it's still an opportunity for that sport which wouldn't be provided elsewhere.
What if it is provided elsewhere, but just not within the borough? How do you make that assessment? How do you invite the inspector to carry out a balance for a non-enumerated number of users on one side and an assessed number of users for the use of the 3G pitch on the other? Because that becomes effectively a judgment in a vacuum, doesn't it?
I think the judgment has to be around the evidence, the opportunity it provides for sport and recreation, and the opportunity the site provides for speedway and stock car racing.
Other than the by means of the local authority exercising its powers of compulsion, there's no means by which that can be brought about, is there?
Unless the landowner takes the decision to make the site available for sport and recreation.
The answer to my question is no, isn't it?
Well, no, subject to the landowner making the land available for sport and recreation.
Thank you very much indeed, Stevens.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goatley. So, Mr. Richards, over to you. Any re-examination points?
Mr. Gately, do you want to switch yourself off? Good. Going back to the start of the cross-examination, please, before lunch. And you were asked some questions about paragraph 119 of the framework and the effective use of land. Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you regard the stadium use of the land as being ineffective?
No.
Is there any evidence that the stadium, for example, is on too large a site and that there is spare land and therefore somehow it is ineffective use of the land?
No.
It was suggested to you that the current state of the stadium was somehow evidence of its ineffective use. Who do you hold responsible for the current state of the stadium?
The landowners and those who perpetuate the acts on the site.
Now, have you got a copy of the framework there? By which, of course, I mean, would the inspector please make sure she has? And you were taken to paragraphs 98 and 99. And the by now familiar discussion between you and my learned friend took place as to whether paragraphs 98 and paragraphs 99 were really all about participation and nothing about spectators. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told the inspector in reply that you thought that 98 and 99 should be read as referencing spectators as well as participants. Do you recall that?
Yes, correct.
I want you to now imagine that the inspector disagrees with you. If she does, and my learned friend is right, can you can you please look at paragraph 93 in the same chapter? And if there is a split between spectators and participants, would paragraph 93 apply to spectators, and if so, why?
Uh, 93 refers to planning decisions that should plan positively for the provision and use of shared spaces, community facilities, and then within that, this is within criteria A, it refers to such as local shops, meeting places, sports, venues.
And in terms of paragraph 93B, do you see those matters as having a positive or a negative impact on cultural well-being?
Positive.
And do you regard references to improvements to health as being purely to physical health, or might it also include mental health?
Mental health as well.
And do you think the stadium is capable of being a valued facility so far as spectators might be concerned in terms of 93C?
Yes.
And might it be a facility that whose retention is encouraged in 93D?
That's correct.
So if you have to split out spectators from paragraphs 98 and 99, are spectators catered for in paragraph 93?
Yes.
And is there, in truth, any difference in application?
No.
It was also suggested to you that a need assessment for spectators had not been done, only for the riders, the participants, as my own friend put it. In terms of the evidence we've heard so far at the inquiry, how important are spectators to the event at the stadium?
Very.
Do you think there are likely to be riders competing in the stadium in the absence of spectators?
Unlikely.
It was suggested to you that the rate of participation would not be improved if the stadium was brought back into use because there are other venues for the riders to go and ride at. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall the evidence of Mr. Morris and Mr. Van Straten to the general effect that Brandon could be fitted into the sports calendars if only it was made available?
Yes.
And therefore, what will the reintroduction of racing at the stadium do for the rates of participation if the new races are introduced into the calendar?
It would increase.
Next, paragraph 99C and of the framework and the planning judgment on the spectrum. Do you remember the discussion that you had about that?
Yes.
Can we go, please, to core document 9.31, just to see where Sport England's judgment lies, and if so, where. CD 9.31 is the email dated the 20th of October 2022 from Sport England. Have you got that? Or can you get it? Sorry, I've completely... Oh no, 9.31 it should be. Did I tell you 9.31? Good, okay.
I've got that, yes.
We've got a series of... This is an email from Sport England to the case officer, making comments on sections of the report, the officer's report that didn't go to planning committee, if I can put it like that. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And the second box down, the first paragraph on the right-hand side says that Sport England considers that there is a misapplication of NPPF paragraph 99C and local plan policy HS4, as the development is not for an alternative sporting recreational provision, with it instead being a residential development scheme with a sporting provision. Does that tell you anything about where Sport England thinks the facility lies on the spectrum between wholly sport, wholly recreation, or something in the middle?
It's at the lower end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Next, please, neighbourhood plan LF1. So that's core document 8.3. For those who don't still have it open.
I have.
And you were asked, and it was put to you, that the test in LF1 was a requirement to demonstrate that the facility is no longer needed or viable.
Yes.
And that either would do to satisfy the policy, and that you agreed.
Yes.
But if viability is to be relied on, or indeed if need is to be relied on, there is a further requirement, and there is no reasonable prospect of viability being improved. With either the current or other community uses. We're looking at this, in this case, at both the current all singing, all dancing stadium proposal, see Mr. Edie's evidence, see Mr. Hooper's evidence, and also at the SES more modest startup proposal. Does policy LF1 require only either one of those to be looked at, or might it require both to be looked at?
Both.
And then in terms of the proposal for a 3G pitch on the appeal site as part of the development proposal, it was suggested to you, and you agreed, that there was no objection from Sport England.
That's great.
Can you look, please, at core document 9.32, which is their 2021, August 2021, consultation response on the revised proposals, the 2021 proposals.
I have that, yes.
And we can see that that on PDF page 5, towards the bottom, just underneath the hyperlink to the Football Foundation website.
Yes.
There is, based on the above, Sport England makes the following observations in relation to 3G feasibility study and the need for a 3G pitch at this site. And then in the conclusions, the council is being urged to have regard to the comments. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, Sport England, you've agreed, don't object. They haven't used the words "we object." But at the same time, do you read Sport England's response as being a ringing endorsement?
No.
And then, lastly, you were asked to consider some scenarios that what would be likely to happen if planning permission was refused. And it was suggested to you that the landowner may simply decide to sit on his asset. And you replied that that would be good for sport because the sports use of the site would be in some way protected because it wouldn't be lost forever. If that is genuinely the landowner's intention, what weight do you say that such an approach, some may call it blackmail, what weight do you say that that should be given in the planning balance?
None. There's no reason to grant permission.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Stevens.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Richards. We're now going on to a new witness. That's Mr. Carter, giving evidence on planning matters for the Rule 6 party. So we'll take a break while everybody organises themselves. If we come back at 3:05, is that long enough? Yep, 3:05 then, everyone. Thank you. Right, thank you very much, everybody. We now are 3:05. So we're going to continue today, and we now have Mr. Carter in the hot seat, at this time talking about planning issues. So, Mr. Humphreys, whenever you're ready, thank you.
It might be a slightly damp seat because he's just dropped a glass of water. Anyway, are you all right?
Yes, that's fine. It's not really a hot seat. It feels quite cool.
Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Carter, we're on to your planning proof of evidence, and you also have a rebuttal of Mr. Hooper, which you've submitted. We don't need to go through, obviously we've already dealt with Greenbelt and affordable housing. Yeah. We won't be coming back to those two, other than in terms of balance, I suppose, overall. But if we just go to your planning proof, I'm going to ask you to read out the proof, or indeed your summary, which comes at section 7, the summary and conclusions. Perhaps if we could turn to section 5, the overall planning balance, and perhaps we use that as a framework just to bring together the various points you want to make in relation to that. Is that satisfactory to you, Mr.?
Yes, I think before getting there, if I could I just refer to a few points that arise in my proof before I get to that point, if that's acceptable. And after reading section 5, I think there might be a few sort of sweeping up points that I'd also like to raise. First of all, paragraph 2.4, which is talking about stock car racing. Quite a lot has been said about the loss of clubs from Speedway and Speedway tracks, and I thought it was probably appropriate that I should simply point out that the loss of venues for stock car racing in the West Midlands, including Birmingham Wheels, which for you, Ma'am, is a different track to the Birmingham Speedway track, and Stoke, were both caused by land tenure issues. I was then going to go on, although I've had my thunder stolen somewhat by Mr. Richards, onto section 8 of the MPPF, and the question of participation, spectators, etc. And I was just going to draw attention to really the same things that Mr. Richards mentioned, the opening to paragraph 92, the quote he read out from 92C, and then moving on to 93, to provide the social and recreational cultural facilities and services the community needs, planning policy decisions and decisions should plan positively for the provision of and use of shared spaces, community facilities, including sports venues. I thought that the inclusion of sports venues in that list was the particular thing that I wanted to emphasise, and that's to enhance the sustainability of communities and residential environments. And then the 93B and C go along as well. C saying guard against the unnecessary loss of valued facilities and services. Last week, actually it was, I was going to say the other day, it was last week, I already mentioned my interpretation of paragraph 99C, where in the event of redundancy and closure of a sports facility, then the initial objective should be to seek alternative sport or recreational use and not jump straight to housing or some other use. But also more generally in relation to paragraphs 98 and 99, and the heading refers to open space and recreation. And I think that that's important. So paragraph 99 says, I would like to stress, it says, that it refers to existing open space, sport and recreational buildings and land, including playing fields. Now, it seems to me that the inclusion of the word recreation in this is very important, because why does anybody go to a football match if it's not for recreation? The same applies, I think, in relation to the appeal proposal at Coventry Stadium. The people who went as spectators to stock car racing and speedway meetings went there for enjoyment, recreation, social interaction, and basically to help their mental health, if not their physical health. Paragraph 93, I was going to go back to that. That's already been covered. Paragraph 216 was the next paragraph I was going to go to. That's because it refers to the Brandon and Bretford neighbourhood plan, and in particular policy LF1. Again, this is something else that Mr. Richards did refer to, but I think it's important to take the second part of the first paragraph of policy LF1, where it says proposals that will diminish or remove a community facility will be required to demonstrate that the facility is no longer needed or viable, and that there is no realistic prospect of viability being proved, either with the current, which is what we would say we would be able to do, it was viable and it would be viable, or other community uses. Now, what that implies to me is the addition of additional community use or uses, coupled with the existing community use, to bring about viability. And that is a step, a sequential step that you would go through before looking at new community facilities, which in principle will be supported. There's no dispute on that. The other point to make about that policy as well is that it recognises that Brandon Stadium is closed, but presently closed, which opens up the possibility, and I think the hope expressed by the people in the area, that the stadium would be reopened. It certainly doesn't rule it out. Thank you. Paragraph 3.2. Paragraph 4.5 of the officer's report, which is CD6, I think it is CD6, pretty sure it is, refers to policy GP2 sets out settlement hierarchy, with new development in the Rugby Town area being considered the most sustainable location. The application lies within the Greenbelt as defined in policy GP2 and is considered to be a less sustainable location. Development within the Greenbelt actually falls within the bottom rung of the clear sequential approach as described by paragraph 336 of the local plan in terms of the location of new development and growth. The appeal site itself receives a low access assessment in the transport assessment, giving the site a low accessibility score. That means it requires full car parking provision, and that the frequency of buses is less frequent than that stated to achieve a higher rating. That's in document CD 250, table 7, and also the buses, the bus timetable is at CD 1556. What that timetable demonstrates essentially is daytime services of an hour frequency most of the time, finishing in the early evening. Paragraph 3.9 of the local plan then states, development away from the defined settlements of the borough is unlikely to meet all the elements of sustainable development, particularly the access to a range of facilities. Moving on to para 3, 5 and 6. Obviously we dealt with affordable housing earlier today. these paragraphs deal with housing mix for market dwellings, where again there is some variance of the appeal proposals versus the advice in the strategic housing market assessment. The evidence for the variance, or the justification for the variance, doesn't really seem to have been covered by the officer's report, which again is CD 2.6.
Just for our note, I think the officer's report was CD6 rather than 2.6.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The actual split of the dwelling mix is set out in the table in paragraph 7.2 of the officer's report. So paragraph 7.3 then goes on to say the split would not comply with policy H1 as no one-bedroom dwellings are provided. Also, the percentage offer splits differ. The site is, however, in a rural location where the take-up of one-bedroom properties is low. Therefore, it is considered that not providing any one-bedroom properties is acceptable. Due to the omission of one-bedroom properties, this has altered the percentage of other dwelling types. If the overall scheme is considered, including the affordable housing numbers, then the correct ratio of 2, 3 and 4 bedrooms is achieved. I think the observation I'd like to make, really is that I think the basis for the observations in paragraph 7.3 don't really come across as being entirely clear. Paragraph 3.9 is next, where in that paragraph I make reference to the latest published 5-year housing land supply position, the step change in housing provision, which is something I referred to earlier today, and also the fact that there is a surplus of housing provision that's been developed overall compared to the trajectory. It's 297 dwellings, more dwellings than are anticipated in the trajectory in the adopted plan. I think at this point I would like, if I may, to read out paragraph 313 of my main proof of evidence, which is an important interim conclusion to draw in relation to this appeal, is that there is no compelling case to be made for the release of the appeal site to meet either an existing or likely apparent future shortfall in housing land supply within the borough. In time, the requirement for the review of the local plan will roll forward the housing requirement and no doubt consider any potential development options to meet that future requirement. In the circumstances of this appeal, null-allocated sites of 5 dwellings or more, which is the windfall cut-off, should logically be considered through that process. Rugby Borough Council has fulfilled its duty to provide for the housing demand arising in its area, has demonstrated those requirements are being met with a 5-year housing land supply, and that's being achieved on an ongoing basis. Furthermore, it has committed through its local development scheme for a timely review of its local plan. My next point was to draw attention to paragraph 320 and again, as I did this morning, make reference to paragraph 514 of the local plan. So I don't think there's anything need to repeat what was said earlier, but I think it's a very important point, the last sentence of paragraph 514. In relation to section 4 of my proof, matters not in dispute, where we have an agreed statement of common ground, in relation to paragraph 4.2 in particular, I wish to stress that while the treatment of hedgerows and trees is for the most part agreed, the only exception is in relation to the loss of the 3 protected trees to secure the new access from Rugby Road. And just take some water. I would like if I may, Ma'am, to read out section 5, which is my assessment of the overall planning balance. Starting with the...
You're looking to read the whole of section 5?
I was going to, yes.
I don't think we really need to do that. We can take it, a lot of it as read, as I'm sure we've all read it. If you can try and summarise it, the main points, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Well, I was on the economy going to make some additional points. As you can see, the benefits of the proposal are set out in paragraph 4.1 and 5.1, sorry, and the weight I would attach those benefits would be moderate. And I also come to that assessment based on the sort of the comparative assessment of what benefits would be in the context of the loss of the stadium in 2016. I think the additional point I would like to make on the economic benefits was to refer to the number of jobs that took place at the stadium when it was operational. In terms of full-time roles, there were four full-time jobs, which were the stadium manager, and then three additional people who were responsible for security, cleaning and maintenance, and 2 of those people lived in mobile homes on the site to provide on-site security. I think that came out in the site visit. There were then 3 part-time roles, 2 in the stadium office, just doing administrative type functions, and then a part-time role for somebody who looked after the track every week, a couple of days a week, plus event days. Then on event days, there were approximately 50 people employed on a part-time basis. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into, but they include staff who manned the turnstiles, safety officers and stewards, so that's people who stand by the staircases and doors in the stands, for example. An electrician on site to deal with any issues that crop up. There's then a doctor and St John's ambulance people for safety, obviously. And then we have people like announcer or announcers, referee or steward, electronic and manual lap scoring, bar staff and catering, which were in total 10 people, 5 additional people in the restaurant, and then a couple of people who are basically scrutineers, either for speedway bikes or for stock cars, to make sure the cars are safe and comply to the rules and regulations. And then we have an additional 15 or so people who are on the track and drive tractors, for instance, to clear the track after races. In addition to that, there are then volunteers on race days. So, for instance, at speedway meetings, they would have people who rake the track, and at stock car meetings, pit marshals, that sort of thing. In addition to that, whilst not employed by the stadium, Rugby Rider Training, which is a company that provided services to get people to train to safely ride motorbikes on the road, they operated from the site, and they had 7 full-time instructors. So apart from contributing rental to the stadium, they had to be relocated. We understand they relocated locally, but since then they have, we believe, since closed. I then go on to talk about the environmental benefits of the scheme, and in particular, in 5.4 refer to most of the environmental effects are capable of mitigation. The appeal scheme would lead to improvements in terms of biodiversity net gain and provision of sustainable drainage in order to be policy compliant, and those are matters that I attribute modest positive benefit. But the outstanding issue really there is the loss of the 3 protected oak trees, which would have a negative impact, and we believe that their replacement by semi-mature trees wouldn't have the same sort of effect in the long term, particularly because of the impact in terms of opening up the site to views from Rugby Road. Set against this, however, the appeal scheme would result in substantial harm to the character and appearance of the area by reason of the suburbanisation of this part of the countryside, and in particular the proximity of new buildings and the 3G facility to Rugby Road, and the 3G facility particularly to the dwellings on Rugby Road. The existing buildings are about 180 metres back from Rugby Road frontage. The buildings closest to Rugby Road on the new estate would reduce that to about 80 metres, again, as we saw on the appeal site. We also believe that while we recognise there's no statutory protections of built heritage on the site, we do believe that as a place with a rich heritage associated with the history of speedway and stock car racing in the UK and internationally, it should be regarded as a non-designated heritage asset. And the heritage value of the site has been a consistent part of our representations that we've made to the council over the years, where we also encourage them to look at sort of potentially a similar approach to that taken at Oxford, where that was identified as part of a conservation area in order to help bring it back. So taking all of those matters into account, my assessment is the overall effect on the environment would be negative and substantial. In terms of social benefits, the scheme obviously proposes 25 affordable homes and 98 market homes, but the site isn't allocated through the development plan, and the details of the provision of the dwellings on the site don't comply with the policy requirements as set out in the plan. While the provision of affordable housing is often seen as an important benefit, it seems in relation to this case there is no need for the site to be developed to ensure the delivery of the identified need, and in addition the development scheme as a whole is not policy compliant. So in those senses, the weight I would attribute to the affordable housing provision, I suggest, would be modest in this case. So taking those matters into account, we think that going back to the session on Greenbelt, we think that there is substantial harm likely to be caused to the Greenbelt in terms of encroachment of built development onto the countryside, detrimental effect on openness of Greenbelt, not least because 1/3 of the new housing estate would be on the area currently open in the car park, and then there would be the additional impact arising from the 3G pitch, which we note has got sort of three-dimensional implications. It's not just a flat pitch, and we agreed to submit to the inquiry this document. Don't know if we have a copy for you. This is the FA guide to 3G football turf pitch design principles and layout, and really we're just putting this forward to illustrate, or try to illustrate at least, the sort of development that we're talking about. There are numerous pictures throughout the document of the pitches, but on page 13 we can see an example of a floodlit pitch in a built-up area. On page 19 we can see a sort of a daylight shot of a 3G pitch showing the height of the fence that's sort of encloses the 3G pitch. So we understand they're 4.5 metres high, which is quite a high fence. And then starting on page 22, there are a number of illustrations of the layout of different types and size of 3G pitch. And one of the common factors between all of them is that they have some sort of segregated spectator areas, which is, I think, something I pointed out on the landscape illustrative plan earlier. So it's a question of, it's not just the pitch and the fence around the pitch and the floodlighting, there is additional things as well. And on one of the illustrations, there's, which is on page 37, it shows a storage container on the site used to, well, storage of, and provide secure storage. And then the inside back cover also has another shot of a 3G pitch. So there we are in relation to that.
Do you have a copy of this, Mr. Goatley, this document? Yeah, I'm just making sure everyone's got one, yeah. Okay, that's fine.
I do, what I perhaps just caution against is an over-elaboration on a section that we're dealing with. I recognise it was suggested that this would be there. It was also suggested by Mr. Charge, you'll recall, in terms of, yes, he anticipated there would be fencing. And I think it was in context of the potential for fencing, and the fencing is both referred to and identified, and obviously you will need to make of that what you will. Mr. Chard's assessment was that it would be in some way, it would be see-through fencing, and mesh, I think, was what he had in mind, and it was in the order of about 4 metres high. I think these are shown to be about 4.5 metres high. So that was broadly what was the subject of discussion. I think if it becomes a little more elaborate than that, that's starting to weigh into whether or not we have to reopen the Greenbelt session, and I hope that's not going to be necessary.
I don't intend to do that, but I mean, I will take this document in the spirit in which it is provided, and it is illustrative, put it that way.
Indeed. And I had no objection to it being submitted for that purpose.
Yeah, so on the Greenbelt, I conclude that very special circumstances have not been shown to override the harm to Greenbelt and the other harms, and accordingly, therefore, the development would be contrary to policies GP2, settlement hierarchy, DS1, overall development needs, as well as government policy as set out in the MPPF. Must take another drink, sorry. The effects of the closure on the sports of speedway and stock car racing has been substantial, and that's despite having the protection of the planning system. The lives and well-being of many thousands of people have been adversely affected through closure of the stadium, and I think it's fair to say that those people are all looking to this appeal to help try and remedy that situation. The need for both sports at the appeal site continues. Both sports have been adversely affected by the closure of Coventry Stadium. The appellants have failed to apply policy and proper analysis at appropriate stages in bringing forward their redevelopment proposals, and have been found guilty in court in terms of the neglect for the security of the site. The stadium was viable for nearly 90 years apart from a gap during World War II, and there is no reason to doubt that it could continue to be viable should the stadium be saved and reopened. We don't believe that government policy as set out in paragraph 99 has been met, and the proposal should fail on this basis. We believe the conflict with national policy in respect of the protection of sports and recreation facilities should be given very substantial, if not overriding negative weight in the planning balance. I have summarised other benefits elsewhere and basically given them either neutral, in some cases adverse impact. Those elements that have a positive impact would, in my view, only attract modest weight. So therefore, the benefits arising from the appeal scheme are limited when set against the substantial adverse impact arising from the appeal scheme. And those effects are Greenbelt, conflict with government policy, government policy designed to protect sports and recreation facilities where there's continuing need, and that the benefits of the proposed 3G pitch and associated facilities would not outweigh the loss of the stadium. The proposal clearly conflicts with multiple policies set out in the local plan and the neighbourhood plan, both of which at this point remain up to date, as well as policies set out in the MPPF. One thing I was also going to address was that the participation, spectator numbers, whether the numbers of people participating in the sports has come up on several occasions, and the figures are in terms of people who undertake active sport at the stadium, and these figures are set out in CD 10.6, briefing paper 9, paragraph 5.13. So in the 2016 season, which was the last one that took place at Coventry, 170 different speedway riders took part in the events, and 765 different stock car drivers raced at events at the stadium. Now, obviously, some of those people raced multiple times in 2016. Some stock car drivers would have raced at sort of each of the 8 Formula One meetings, and obviously some of the speedway riders would have raced at the 25 league meetings or however many there happened to be. So although the 3G pitch has 1,200 users per week, I think our argument would be, well, many of those would be sort of home players probably. Half of them might be away players, or even less than that, and they would too play multiple times as well. So when the figure of 50,000 users of the 3G pitch is put forward, that sounds like a really high number, but I think when you delve into the figures a bit, it's not such a great variation as it might initially sound. In terms of spectators, I think I did cover this the other day, but for speedway meetings they average 1,700 spectators, and for stock car meetings it was 2,500 spectators, but when the world final is included, that rose to an average of 3,500 spectators. I remember giving that 3,500 figure before.
Just pausing there, so the world finals, that's stock car racing or speedway or both?
That's stock car racing.
Thank you, stock car. And just once you pause for breath, if I just, you gave a reference as 10.6. I think for the inspector's note it's 10.16 because you referred to briefing papers, and that's 10.16, not 10.6. I
apologise for that.
No, just for the inspector's note. I wouldn't wish anyone to have to spend too long.
A couple of sweeping up points to finish on, Ma'am. In paragraph 14 of my rebuttal, I refer to observations made by the local plan inspector in his interim letter, which is CD 15.3.1, and reference to the main modifications he was seeking. In fact, of the modifications he was seeking, only those affecting the policy rather than the reason justification made it through the process. And then the other comment that I was going to make was paragraph 22. In there, I refer to a petition submitted by Ms. Timms, and just to make the point that SCS is not convinced that signatures on a petition have the same significance as individually submitted written responses, especially when they appear to have been influenced through rumours that we have heard from Mr. Hunter, which he said were untrue. I think it's also relevant to refer to paragraph 6.3, or the table under paragraph 6.3 in CD 06, the officer's report, which actually shows that 6 local people objected to the original planning application and 3 objected to the revised planning application. So I think they're just a few facts and figures really that come from the documentation. I think that covers the points I was going to make.
One question which arose today, and I've spoken to a learned friend about it, he put a point to Mr. Stevens, saying that he had asked questions of Mr. Allen, and I think Mr. Eady had given evidence that along the lines that there was no evidence that if Brandon Stadium closed, that speedway drivers, riders or stock car drivers hadn't been able to race elsewhere. I think a learned friend said he wasn't sure whether he'd put it to you. Certainly, according to my note, he hadn't. Just to finish that off, could you give your response to that point?
Well, I can certainly think of a couple of Formula One stock car drivers who have not raced since Coventry closed. One is number 40, Steve Smith, who actually lives on land directly behind the stadium. Another one is a gentleman called Mark Harry, who I'm afraid I can't remember his racing number. But there are other points as well. So this suggestion that if one speedway team closes, that riders can just go and race elsewhere, it doesn't lead to a loss of participation. That doesn't seem a very sensible argument to me, because if you have a league of, say, 10 teams and each have 7 riders, that means you have 70 active riders. If you close one track down, that means you have 63 active riders. So the contraction of the number of venues actually holding events must have a number of the active participants in the sport, even if that's not locally. We also, or I also referred to the letter from Mr. Horton, the previous speedway promoter, on his experiences of racing at Leicester and how that proved to be unsuccessful. I have to say I can't remember the core document reference number, but it was the letter with the B logo on the top of it, if you recall it. And then, I mean, another argument, it seems to me, is that if you reduce the number of venues, it doesn't affect participation rates. If you take that to an absurd level and you reduce, say, speedway to racing at one venue, and that you can have 10 teams racing in a league at one venue, that isn't really a very sensible suggestion. So it does tend to lend weight to the idea that reducing the number of tracks has a negative impact. In terms of stock car racing, then some of the formulas, like Formula One stock cars, they tend to shift around venues potentially and drive over longer distances. But there are other more budget formulas, if I could express them like that, where they race only at their local tracks. So if those local tracks close down, that means the opportunities that they have to race just disappear, and they're lost to the sport and lost to participation in the sport as well. So I think that probably makes the point sufficiently. Thank you.
Okay then, thank you, Mr. Humphries, Mr. Carter. So, over to you, Mr. Goatley. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Carter, good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
Mr. Carter, if I could just make clear the answer, I'm not going to ask you all the self-same questions that I've asked Mr. Stevens earlier, but I don't want it to be suggested that by reason of that I accept your evidence. I'm just going to simply approach matters as a matter of economy.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
For that?
Yep.
Ma'am, I hope that's an acceptable approach as far as you're concerned. Thank you very much.
Could I just, excuse me, could I just get
Oh,
more
please.
water? Thanks.
As far as Sport England is concerned, you referred to Sport England in context of their interpretation of matters. So far as Sport England are concerned, they don't get to say what is the correct interpretation of paragraph 99 of the NPPF. Would you agree?
When I made that comment, I was thinking of the comments that they made on the planning application.
Yep.
In particular, their response, their most recent response, which I'm trying to find, but my
I think it should be around about 931, 932. Probably 932. 31 is the most recent one.
Yeah, it's that one, I think. My computer's not working at the moment.
Okay, well, in which case, hold it until it's back working. Do you need to reboot it?
No, it was just thinking.
The computer says no.
I've heard that one before. Yeah, if you just give me a second.
No, certainly. Tell me where you've got that.
Yeah, it's 931 I was thinking about.
Yep.
And in particular, there's a schedule in there.
Yeah, I've got the table, and it's
Yeah.
effectively that which, in the first column and row, it's 612, and it's
Yeah.
it's the column or row immediately opposite that.
Yes, that's right.
Yep. That then says there's a misapplication, paragraph 99C.
Yes.
Sport England, they're not the author of 99C, are they?
No.
No. The Secretary of State hasn't endorsed their particular interpretation at any stage, has he?
I think that's correct, but he's not done the opposite either.
Yeah. Because I'm going to be very clear. Sport England, if this is their view, and it'll be a matter in submissions in due course, if that's their view, they're plain wrong, is really the simple point there.
Well, the point that I would draw attention to is the second paragraph.
Well, no,
on the
I'm
right-hand
asking you
column.
about the first one, about 99C, because it's not. They're saying it's not for alternative sporting
Yeah.
and recreational provision.
Yeah, well, it's not, is it? It's
It-
the appeal proposal is for 124 dwellings and a 3G sports pitch and associated provisions.
And matter I've already pursued with Mr. Stevens, among others, in respect of this. There is nothing to indicate that in putting forward a proposal that any such proposal must be solely or exclusively for that purpose, for an alternative or sporting and recreational provision. That is correct, isn't
To
it?
make a planning application, you don't need to do that. No.
That's not the question, Mr. Carter. For the purposes of 99C and conformity with 99C, it does not need any proposal that's being considered for the proper application of that policy, does not require the proposal to be solely and exclusively one relating to alternative sporting and recreational provision, does it?
I disagree.
Yeah. That's all I need to ask you about Sport England, as far as it's said. So far as going back to the NPPF, does the NPPF provide any protection for a sports stadium of the sort that you've referred to?
I believe it does, yes. Where I referred earlier to paragraph 93A, and also the interpretation that where paragraphs 98 and 99 are covered by the heading open space and recreation, and they mention recreation in paragraph 99, then I believe that that actually would cover the spectator use at sports stadiums.
No reference to spectators, is there? Any point within the NPPF?
The word spectator is not in there, that's correct.
Nor so far as stadia is concerned. Correct?
Well, 93A
we'll come to that in a
sports venues.
Yeah. Sports venues don't need to be stadia,
Well,
do they?
A stadium is a sport and recreational buildings and land.
Well, I hear what you say. So far as a stadium is concerned, a sport venue does not need to be a stadium, does it? Sports venue can just be a football pitch.
No, that's correct. It doesn't have to be a stadium.
can be just a football pitch or a rugby pitch or a hockey pitch. Yes?
Well, that would be in terms of the policy, that would be a playing field or a sports pitch.
That would come within 93A, being a sports venue. Yes?
A sports venue?
Yes.
Yes, it's a sports venue of a type, isn't it?
So far as stadia are concerned, beyond that which is in the NPPF, is there anything in the PPG or any other policy document that indicates that there is a protective approach to sports stadia per se?
Not that I can think of, but I mean the one point I was going to make is that if the policy in paragraph 99 doesn't apply to sports stadia, then why have the appellants taken so much effort to try and justify the development in the context of it? If it doesn't apply...
You can make that as a rhetorical point. As you well know, Mr. Carter, my job's to ask questions and your job's to answer them, not the vice versa.
Fair enough.
But we've looked at 99A, looked at 99C.
Yes.
Leave that there. Thank you very much. Back to your policy, your proof of evidence. I think this came from your
the main proof.
It's your main proof. Everything is your main proof relating to planning matters,
Yeah.
unless I take you otherwise.
Okay.
Um, 2.16. And you say that supports the protection of community facilities under policy HS3 and LF1. HS3 is under the local plan.
Yes.
If we can go, please, to the local plan, HS3. It's in CD 8.2.
Yes, I have it.
It's the question relating to community or cultural facility that contributes towards the sustainability of a local settlement or urban area, except where? Yes?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to whether or not this is a community or cultural facility not otherwise within HS4, are you saying that this is an HS4 site or an HS3 site?
It's principally an HS4 site,
Yeah.
but if I may add a bit more to this, was that when this was discussed at the local plan public examination, the reason justification for policy HS3, particularly as set out from paragraph 810 to 812, included some guidance on the process that should be followed in the event that a community facility is affected by a development proposal. And that is the analysis that was talked about at the local planning examination, and the analysis where the inspector said in his interim letter that that sort of protection should also apply under policy HS42.
Does HS42 say that?
No, it doesn't. So it includes, for example, in paragraph 812, halfway in the paragraph, the applicant will be expected to demonstrate the premises have been marketed for a period of 12 months or a period agreed by the local planning authority prior to application submission before the council will consider a change of use, and the valuation attributed to the property should properly reflect its current use.
This is not caught by that policy. HS4 is a policy that relates to sports facilities. It has to be either one type of facility or another, doesn't it? Either it's an HS4 or it's an HS3. Or alternatively, the local plan is just simply repeating itself. And there's no indication, there's linkage between the two policies to say that one policy should be linked to another.
Yeah, in the local plan, that's correct. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But
So-
it's the Bradford and Retford Neighbourhood Plan local facilities policy that
That's-
identifies the stadium as the community facility.
That's a matter within that neighbourhood plan, which we'll go to. But as far as the local plan is concerned, there should not be what amounts to double counting, is there?
Well,
Because the policy HS3...
How I would respond to that would be to say that the development plan comprises the local plan and the neighbourhood plan.
You don't have one amending the other without it being explicitly considered in context of the local plan. That would be right, wouldn't it?
That's true. I mean, the council must have agreed that the neighbourhood plan was in broad conformity with the local plan as part of that plan-making process.
Yeah. Well, let's agree first of all that so far as HS3 and HS4 is concerned, there is no linkage, express or otherwise, to indicate that facilities under HS4 should additionally be subject to consideration under HS3. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, unfortunately, I'd have to agree with you there.
Yeah.
And that's because the way the plan is written, the policy is set out first, followed by the reason justification.
Yeah. So there's nothing within that from that point of view. Just as a matter of timing, if I can ask you to have the neighbourhood plan in front of you.
Yep, got that.
The neighbourhood plan is dated January 2019. Correct?
Yes, that version of it, yes.
Is there a different version?
Well, my understanding is that that is the version that was made and adopted by the council in July 2019, was it? I think.
That form was a form that effectively predated the adoption of the local plan, didn't it?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, in reality, both plans were adopted and made. Well, they were both adopted by the council on the same day at the same meeting.
Yes, I mean, I hesitate to interrupt. If it's going to be important, then we can provide you of a note as to when they were adopted. You'll be aware of section 38(5) says, in the event of a conflict between two elements of the development plan, the last in time to be adopted takes priority. If a submission is being teed up that one is going to trump the other, then we will need to give you the batting order.
It would be helpful if you just give me clarification on that point, just so we're all clear on the position.
Is there any indication that the neighbourhood plan, in terms of its submission, was predicated upon it being able to amend, by implication or otherwise, that which is in the strategically, hierarchically superior local plan?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. Is there anything that's contained within the local plan to indicate that it was intended to be in preference to that which is in the strategically, hierarchically superior local plan?
I don't think it was intended in that way. I think the two plans were intended to basically dovetail together.
So, and because HS3 makes no reference to incorporating facilities within HS4, nor does HS4 indicate that it also is to apply to HS3 items, then the two are to be regarded as separate categories. That's fair, isn't it?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. As far as HS4 is concerned, that does not contain any provisions indicating that it's intended to encapsulate HS3, and HS3 does not indicate that it intends to encapsulate HS4.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that it's fair to infer from that that they are intended to deal with two separate categories of provision.
Yes.
Yeah. On that basis, HS3 cannot be prayed in aid in order to come up with a different interpretation or approach to the application of HS4. Would you agree?
Say again, please.
Yeah. HS3 cannot be utilised to pray in aid a different interpretation or approach to HS4.
No, but LF1 of the neighbourhood plan still applies.
Well, we'll come to LF1, but so far as the local plan and the way that that is to be dealt with as a document read as a whole, because that does have to be read as a whole, yes, we're clear on that HS3 does not come in as some supervening feature to support HS4, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
I think that's what was intended by the inspector, but it didn't happen for whatever reason.
Well, can we deal with the plan as we have before us?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Let's go, if we may, to LF1 in CD 8.3.
Yes, I've got that.
Proposals which assure the retention, enhancement or improvement of valued community facilities will be supported. If the relocation of a facility is involved, the new location must be equally well located for the community it serves. Proposals that would diminish or remove a community facility will be required to demonstrate that the facility is no longer needed or viable, and there is no realistic prospect of viability being improved with either the current or other community uses.
Yes.
In those circumstances, we have two principal components: whether the facility is no longer needed.
Which it is.
Well, that's a matter that's a debate between us. You say that, we don't. And I'm not going to seek to pursue you at length. I'd be glad to know, Mr. Carter, on that, or I think we may be here for some time.
Yeah.
Or viable.
Which
Again,
it is.
There is a difference between us. In
I accept
respect
that.
of
I accept
Yeah.
that there's a difference, yeah.
Yeah. And again, I'm not going to be able to convince you otherwise.
True.
Not this side of the River Lethe, anyway. Okay. And that there is no realistic prospect of viability being improved with either the current or other community uses. Again, on the first aspect of that, again, you have a view, I have a view in respect of that.
Yeah, we think it's viable. That doesn't mean to say that necessarily the viability couldn't be improved. You know, I think that's where Sport England were coming from in their remark.
Who knows where Sport England were
But
coming
it would
from?
be possible to put a 3G pitch, for instance, on the car park at the stadium site, wouldn't it? Without building the housing.
I have no idea where Sport England are coming from, and as they're not here, I'm going to leave it there.
Okay.
But I will make submissions about them.
Right.
Other community uses, are there other community uses that form part of your proposal? As I understand it, it's a speedway and stock car racing offer, if I can put it that way.
Yes.
I don't understand it to extend to other community uses, am I right?
In terms of our jumpers for goalpost proposal, that's correct. It's speedway and stock car racing only. In relation to the outstanding planning application that we submitted, we had several ideas in there for additional facilities that could be provided, which wouldn't sort of add greatly to the number of users using the stadium at any one time, and it would be relatively low key.
Yeah, okay. But that's not indicated to be something that's going to improve the viability.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, thank you. And anticipated you would. Thank you. The last aspect, new community facilities will in principle be supported. That would be supportive of the 3G pitch.
It would, but I think in terms of the sequence that this implies, that would be after the any prospect of the existing facility either being retained or coming back has been ruled out.
Right. It doesn't necessarily say that, though, does it?
Well, I think it's a sequential approach in the way that the policy is written.
Well, it's just written as a series of sentences.
Yeah, that are written in sequence.
Well, no, they may appear in a particular order. That doesn't mean to say that one has to sequentially be determined prior to the other.
Well,
that's correct, isn't it?
I see what you're saying, but if we took the last sentence and put that as the first sentence, then the way the policy reads would not make a great deal of sense.
I'm not saying I'm trying to pull it out, basically hoik it out of key. I'm not saying that one shouldn't read the entire policy, but that particular component is separate, isn't it?
But as I say, I mean, it relates back to what I said about 99C earlier. I think that there is a sequence that would be adopted should any community facility become surplus to requirements.
Yeah, but okay, that's a matter I'll leave for submissions in due course. Viability, your paragraph 1.8 of your main proof of evidence, please.
.8, did you say?
1.8.
Yes.
So far as that is concerned, you, and I'm not going to deal with most of the components, we've already touched on that and gone through that, but it's the judgment on viability on the basis of its condition at the time that appellant took possession.
Yes.
Is there any policy within the local plan or the neighbourhood plan or otherwise to support that contention?
No.
Is there anything in the NPPF to support that contention?
In respect of heritage, built heritage.
Sorry, as far as the local plan and the neighbourhood plan, nothing there. Is that correct?
Correct.
As far as the NPPF is concerned, where do you want to take us to say that that's the method of assessing viability?
Sorry, say again.
Forgive me. The bit that we're dealing with is the assessment of viability judged on the basis of condition at the time that the appellant took possession. Nothing in the neighbourhood plan or the local plan. Is there anything in the NPPF?
I think that what we're saying is that it's open to the decision maker to take this into account where neglect may have taken place.
You mean, is there a paragraph? I want to understand the policy basis, because an inspector or any other decision maker can't just make this up willy-nilly, can they?
No, but I think it's the condition of the stadium now would not be as it is had the security measures that have been taken since September 22 had been in place since the stadium was closed.
As you know, we take a completely different view for that. As far as the community protection notice was concerned, post the magistrates' court, that was going to be an appeal to the Crown Court. Local authority withdrew the notice. The appeal was withdrawn. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So,
but then if I personally had been convicted of some sort of crime, then if I was absolutely innocent of that crime, I would want to basically clear my name of that crime.
Yeah, well, some people take a variety of different approaches to what is proportionate, and the withdrawal of the CPN gives rise to that being accepted that that is not an issue.
Well, where I'd agree with you is that I think that what's happened since the conviction is that basically what's happened is that the security at the site has been improved. So therefore the problems that had been sort of ongoing with the incursions and the vandalism and the fires, that now is a much less, there's much less likelihood of that continuing to take place, which has to be a good thing from everybody's point of view, from your point of view, from our point of view, and probably in particular from the local residents' point of view.
Well, I'm informed that regrettably incursions with nefarious intent still are made, still occur in respect of the site, but that's by the by in respect of trying to deal with the security of the stadium. Simple point with regard to this is that that notice was withdrawn. Yes?
I accept that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, point moving on from that is you're setting up the test for assessment of viability should be judged on the basis of the condition at the time that the appellant took possession. Nothing in the local plan, nothing in the neighbourhood plan. Where do you say we go in national policy or elsewhere?
I think that I'm suggesting that because that is an appropriate thing to be doing in the sense that I don't think, or I don't believe that neglect being caused potentially deliberately is a reason which should enhance the redevelopment prospects for the stadium.
The fact that there was ingress by people with nefarious intent determined to cause damage, and that was damage to my client's property, that's something that has been essentially resolved. I am asking you, is there a policy, is there a law, is there something which indicates that is what a decision taker must do? Because if not, then in which case the inspector is not obliged to follow that. So what I want to understand is, how do you say the inspector should do that? What's the basis for it? Is there one?
Well, I think it's on the basis that one of the arguments that's being put forward, and it's reflected, for example, in the landscape evidence.
Forgive me, I have asked this question now several times, and I'm not getting an answer. Can you tell me, is there a policy from the Secretary of State, whether in the NPPF or otherwise, that indicates that is the approach that ought to be taken by decision takers?
No policy I can recall, right. But what I was going to say in addition to this is that quite a substantial amount of the evidence, for example, the landscape evidence, is predicated on the benefits to landscape that arise from basically the demolition of the stadium because of the state of the stadium. And it seems to me that that is not correct. And in any event, that were we to be given the chance to get back with the sort of the can-do attitude that we have within both sports and the people behind and involved in both sports, then we could make a go of that. And it's not in our interest for the stadium to stay in its current condition. We would want to tidy it up in exactly the same way.
Mr. Carter, I know your pitch in respect to this. I'm trying to establish why a decision taker, in understanding your pitch, should apply that test. Can I suggest to you the decision taker is not able to apply that test? There is nothing within policy or the law which indicates that that is the approach that should be adopted.
If that's the case, I think that is unfortunate.
It's your contention, and I'm testing your contention. I want to understand where your contention comes from. Because if it's not a well-founded contention, then you have the unfortunate prospect of leading the inspector into error if the inspector was to take that approach. That's the reason why I'm asking these questions.
The inspector will we'll take all these
No.
points.
That's the reason why I'm asking these, to understand if this is a well-founded contention. And at the moment, you're not able to provide any basis for that contention at all, are you?
That's correct.
Yeah. That has a bearing on any assessment of viability in due course, doesn't it?
Could you just say that again?
Yeah, that has a bearing on the assessment of viability. Because the reason why you were saying it is because you said it should be at the time it's taken possession. If it's the time now, then in which case, presumably, you anticipate that the assessment of viability will be at a different level. And that's the reason why you wrote it. Yes?
The assessment of viability, in reality, is taken now, isn't it? Because if we return to the stadium with the sports, then the stadium has to be viable as it is now. And that's what our proposals are for.
Thank you. The various bits of information that you kindly provided to us about various people who were occupants, who were employees, either part-time or full-time, does that appear in any of your evidence up to now?
I think that we've referred in our briefing notes to the people that were employed in the stadium when it was operational. I think it was probably not set out in the way that I did and I read it out.
Is there a reference that you can take us to where any of that material is to be found?
You'll have to give me some time.
It's going to take you a little bit of time to research. Is this something we can come back to, Mr. Gowley?
Possibly so, ma'am, because obviously it wasn't in his main
Yes.
proof of evidence.
No,
That's
I
the
agree.
reason.
I seem to recall something somewhere about overall employment figures, but I could be wrong, and I couldn't tell you where I've seen it.
Thank you very much. If you can give us a reference to where that's appeared. Is there anything?
Yeah, I'll come back on that.
Is there anything which gives a value, i.e. how much they were paid?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Non-designated heritage asset suggestion. This is not either a designated or a non-designated heritage asset. Would you agree?
What we're suggesting is that it ought to be a non-designated heritage asset.
And the council hasn't suggested it's a non-designated heritage asset, have they?
No, and they have not responded thus far to our representations that they should consider it in that fashion.
And
And
indeed,
can I say that our proposal is that it's not on the basis of the buildings of being particularly historic value. It's on the place because of all the championships that have taken place there over the years and the people who have witnessed those events. It's a bit like, it's the Wembley Stadium of stock car racing, so that in that sense, that's why it's important as a heritage asset. And in fact...
Sorry, as a heritage asset, you would need to demonstrate the site's significance, ultimately, wouldn't you?
The significance of the site is the place where everything has taken place. And the scheme that's been put forward suggests there should be public art on the site, which reflects its use as and I think it shows a speedway rider with a bike. I mean, that seems to be an illustration of the fact that the appellant recognises there's some sort of heritage associated with the site.
I appreciate your view in terms of the site should be a designated heritage asset, but currently it isn't, is it?
It's not.
So therefore, that's not something I can take into account or come to a judgment upon.
Sorry, Madam. I think, with great respect, it is. It's not for the local authority to decide what is or is not a non-designated heritage asset. It may be inferred if the local authority don't regard it as non-designated, then it shouldn't be. But that doesn't preclude a third party from making representations. No, sorry. Sorry.
What I'm saying is, in terms of the weight I give that in my decision, if the site isn't a non-designated heritage asset at the moment, then how can I take that into account in coming to my judgment? I can appreciate that the Rule 6 party feel it should be, but currently, the bottom line is, currently it isn't a designated asset.
But, Madam, it's not something the local authorities, as far as I'm aware, say, these are the non-designated heritage assets, this is the procedure through which we go. It's one thing if they'd listed it, clearly that's listed. Well, but there's no requirement for there to be a local list. To follow the local list. So I think, Madam, obviously, I don't disagree. It's a matter of weight, but it's the principle. It's nothing to stop. It's not a non-designated heritage asset because the local authority say it's not. Is it, in your view, bearing in mind all the evidence you've heard, should it be treated as a non-designated heritage asset? In my respectful submission.
Just to be clear, the authority does not have a local list where it declares the following are non-designated heritage assets.
Not at all. It is a matter of common consent between the authority and the appellant that this is neither designated nor a non-designated heritage asset, which is CD 14.1, paragraph 8.3. That's correct. It's the statement of common ground.
CD 14.1 was that?
That's correct.
What paragraph number?
8.3.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Your paragraph 2.2 about closures of stadiums such as Old Trafford, Villa Park or Lords would be closed and users left without replacement facilities. Those, of course, would all be subject to Sport England acting in their statutory capacity, wouldn't it? They would be a statutory consultee on that because they involve sports pitches.
Well, as does the Coventry Stadium.
They're not actually a statutory objector to that, are they? It's not sports pitch.
But the Speedway track is effectively a sports pitch, isn't it?
I don't think they put themselves down as no, they are not a statutory consultee. No.
that Speedway is a recognised sport.
It may be a recognised sport, but they are not a statutory consultee, and they were quite clear about that.
But I think, I accept that, but I think that that reflects the tendency for, sports, the playing pitch assessments and so on, to concentrate on the main sports like football, cricket, hockey, rugby. They don't address minority sport interests.
So far as the pressure on other tracks in the Midlands, your paragraph 2.3, what is that pressure and what is the evidence of that pressure?
You mean on Stoke and Birmingham Wheels?
Yeah, or any other stadium in the country?
The stadium at Stoke, which is in Chesterton, actually, or was in Chesterton, that stadium was closed, and the promoters of the racing, their sort of licence is terminated, and then the local authority agreed to the demolition of the facilities without any reference to the sports uses and paragraph 90 or paragraph 99 of the MPPF.
Give me a question to a different. I just want to understand, what is the evidence of pressure on other tracks in the Midlands?
Well,
what is that pressure?
Well, Hednesford and Buxton are the only two tracks left. So the pressure is that the pressure has taken out the other facilities from developers. Doesn't mean to say there's no need for the facilities. It means they've been lost through development.
Okay, I understand what you're driving at there. Your paragraph 2.5 about the effect is inevitably substantial. We don't have any participation figures as to the number of participants year on year, subsequent, both before and subsequent to the Brandon Stadium closing, or in terms of attendance by spectators, do we?
Well, I've given the figures in respect of Coventry. There are no spectators and there are no participants.
We know that, but in understanding the fact that there are no spectators and no participants does not mean the effect is substantial.
Well,
we are unable to look at what is the effect before and after in terms of the stadia that were there and those that remain. That's correct, isn't it?
I disagree with you. I mean, in paragraph 2.4, I say that there are 17 fixtures of Brisker Formula One events that used to take place in the West Midlands that no longer take place.
Yeah.
35 other fixtures for other race classes in the West Midlands, including those at Coventry, no longer take place.
So those fixtures no longer take place, and if that's the sum total of what constitutes your effect being substantial, then I'll move on and make submissions about that. But we have nothing to understand what the effect is on the sport, have we, in terms of the numbers of spectators before and after, number of participants before and after. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct. I mean, I think probably the best person to ask that might be Mr. Rees.
Well, there's always someone else, but I'm asking
Well, I mean,
you.
if you want me to estimate it, I'm prepared to estimate it.
No, because it has to be on the basis of real evidence as to numbers rather than estimates. Because one of the difficulties that's bedeviled this is actually getting real figures out about real numbers of participants and real numbers of attending spectators. So,
Well, it's possible to work those out for Coventry because I've given you the figures.
Yeah, well, next submissions on that in due course. Okay.
Can I have some more water, please?
Oh. Actually, do you want to...
It's thirsty work.
Mr. Carter, as I said to you, I think, last time, If you need a pause, just say so.
No, I'm fine.
Fine, okay.
Thank you.
Your paragraph 215, in terms of Coventry Stadium for both speedway and stock car racing, its closure has had a damaging impact on those sports, locally, regionally, nationally and internationally. What's the damaging impact internationally on those two sports?
Well, the damaging impact is that on an average of every 3 years, for example, the biggest event in the Formula One stock car calendar, the World Championship final, was held at Coventry. I think it's probably fair to say that that was the biggest event, spectator-wise, that ever takes place in Rugby Borough. So therefore, the most important, in terms of, at least in terms of attendance, international event has been lost to Rugby Borough.
Is there no longer any international event anywhere in the world dealing with stock car racing?
Of course there is.
Yeah. So the international status, that continues, just continues somewhere else. Nationally, where is the shortfall there? What has gone away? There are still stock car and speedway events, yes?
Correct.
They just occur elsewhere, yes?
Fewer of them.
Regionally, both occur within the region, stock car and speedway?
At a much reduced level.
Yeah. And indeed, so far as speedway is concerned, continues to take place at Leicester?
So therefore there is no speedway in the West Midlands after Wolverhampton closes in a week or two's time.
And Leicester's approximately 20 miles away?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Locally, we know that clearly Brandon Stadium is closed. So far as the riders are concerned, those riders are riding elsewhere. No indication that riders are not riding elsewhere by reason of the closure of Brandon Stadium, correct?
Speedway riders tend to be quite footloose in terms of the teams they race for season to season, that's correct. But it boils down to the point I made earlier, that if you remove the number of teams that are competing because they no longer have tracks to race on, by definition that must have an effect on the ability for riders to participate.
And in respect of speedway riders, they are something of an international bunch themselves, quite a lot who are Polish, Scandinavian, Baltic states who ride in the UK.
And British.
And British.
I think that's the point, they're British as well.
Yeah. So, and there's no indication of any British riders not riding by reason of the absence of Brandon. That's correct, isn't it?
I couldn't give you a name of a speedway riders on the grounds that I am not a particular follower of speedway. But it is clear that the Coventry Bees team no longer exists because it no longer has a stadium to race at.
The reason why I'm looking carefully is to avoid duplicating questions that have otherwise been dealt with in earlier sessions, insofar as is possible. Just a point, if I may, one point in respect of Greenbelt. If the inspector follows the same view as the local authority and the appellant, then there is no requirement to demonstrate very special circumstances because the form of development will be categorised as not inappropriate. Would you agree?
Just say that again.
Yeah. If the inspector considers and agrees with the approach of both the local planning authority and the appellant that this form of development is not inappropriate, then in those circumstances there's no requirement to demonstrate very special circumstances.
The main impact on Greenbelt is openness, isn't it?
Forgive me, direct question. If she considers it's not inappropriate, there's no requirement to demonstrate very special circumstances. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you very much. Bear with me for one moment, please. Mr. Carter, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, then. Thank you, Mr. Goatley. So, Mr. Humphreys, any
Very
points
much,
in
Madam.
re-examination?
Just
Yeah.
a few points.
Thank
you. Mr. Carter, you were asked some questions about your views of the interpretation of the NPPF in terms of paragraphs. I think it was 92 up to 99 we looked at. Let's get those. So 92 under the heading Section 8, promoting healthy and safe communities.
Yes.
And I just wanted to ask you about, you were asked about questions about participation and spectators, that sort of general idea. I just want to ask you about 99B, please. The loss resulting from the proposed development would be replaced by equivalent or better provision in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. To take an extreme example, if it was proposed to replace Wembley Stadium with a football pitch which was just as good as Wembley Stadium, but it didn't have the stadium, how would you apply B there?
Well, I'd say that if Wembley Stadium was being replaced, then you would look to an equivalent quality of Wembley Stadium with its facilities, not just a replacement football pitch.
And just to be clear, its facilities include what? Include
all the facilities for spectators. And of course, that's in effect what happened when Wembley Stadium was rebuilt, because I seem to recall there was a process where, there were potentially offers to build the National Stadium elsewhere. Yes. Including near Birmingham, I think, as the one was put in. So, that would have replaced like for that particular facility.
Okay, but leaving Wembley behind and coming up to Brandon and the issues which arise at this inquiry, in terms of the interpretation in relation to this site, I don't think there's any issue. It's not being proposed, it's not being suggested. But in terms of the Brandon Stadium, how do you say that B should apply to the Brandon Stadium?
Well, if the stadium were being replaced, then I would expect it to be a stadium which would be of equivalent quality or better, providing facilities for speedway and stock car racing. And the part in a suitable location, I think, is very important, because the key attribute of Coventry Stadium within the sport is its strategic location in the Midlands, at the heart of the country, very close to the national motorway network, which effectively made events there very easy for competitors from across the country to get to. So its location is also very important. And then its location is important too from the speedway perspective, particularly because it's a Coventry locally based team that races there, and that's precisely why going to Leicester, for example, did not work.
So just going back to B, talked about Brandon Stadium, what you would see. Is that with or without the facilities to which you referred in relation to Wembley Stadium?
Well, it's with and without. It's with the facilities. Yeah. I mean, I think there were 1,800 grandstand seats at Coventry, so the new stadium might look different, but you would expect it to have around about that sort of level of spectator facilities.
Just whilst we have, going on to a different point, whilst we have the NPPF open, is the NPPF silent as to the way in which deliberate neglect, to which you refer, that concept of deliberate neglect, is it silent as the way in which deliberate neglect should be treated in anywhere in the NPPF, or is it simply silent?
I think I mentioned that I believe, I can't remember the reference, it's in section 15, I believe, about, sorry, not 15, section 16, about conserving and enhancing the historic environment, where paragraph 190 looks at the potential for heritage assets at risk through neglect, decay or other threats.
Yes. Is there anything else in that section, section 16?
Well, it's one I leave to you, but I was quite clear presenting the opportunity for the witness to take me to any policy that would provide for this. And I don't think it was lacked for giving the opportunity to do so, and I was told there was none.
Do you actually have to agree with that point? Because I think you were asked that, and you were able at that time to, I don't believe, to make reference to...
I did make reference to the...
You made reference to section... I do recall you making reference to section 15 or 16.
About the heritage assets.
So this is the reference that you want to... You're referring to then, is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I was referring to that section, yeah, without actually specifically saying it's paragraph this, that, or the other.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
But I'll make submissions anyway. It's not.
Well,
Yeah.
That's helpful when it...
I'll leave you to a note, but I have to say it wasn't... I mean, this wasn't a case of Perry Mason-like trying to cut off particular aspects. It was with a view to a very open-textured opportunity. Tell me where we look to find anything that has a policy reference applicable to that paragraph 1.8 of his proof. And the closure to that was there was none. And we'd not move on until we got to the position of there was none. But, so it's...
Well, I'm not going to pursue the re-examination on that point, but just to say that the context of the question was in relation to the open space point. Can you point to anything in the NPF? That's what I think that's what the witness had in mind. It doesn't matter because I'm not going to pursue that. I'll do it in closing. You've already got in my opening anyway, so I'll come back to that in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, you were taken to the neighbourhood plan.
Yes.
And if we could just turn up CD 8.3, please. And go to policy LF1.
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about the way in which policy LF1 should be interpreted in your view. And you were taken in particular to the last sentence of the first tranche of text, which ends with new community facilities will in principle be supported.
Yes.
And it's put to you that the preceding was wasn't necessarily sequential. I just want to understand this. In terms of the explanation, the reason justification which follows policy LF1, is there anything in that you consider deals with the point or not?
Well, paragraph 10.4 says that it's important to ensure that they are protected and, where possible, allowed to be enhanced to improve their community value.
How does that sit with your interpretation of policy LF1?
Well, my interpretation is that you look to try and, if there's a problem of viability, you first look to enhancing the facility, say with diversifying the community facility rather than an absolute replacement as the first step on the road, as it were.
Yes, you were asked, you mentioned under cross-examination a proposal, certainly I think it was in the design and access statement, to public art on this site.
Yes.
I can't instantly recall whether it was the original design and access statement or the second one, the revised one. But just so that I'm clear, are you aware whether that is still proposed in the section 106, the draft that you've seen?
I don't recall seeing a reference to it. And also, again, this is from recollection, I think the illustrative landscape master plan included it in earlier versions, but it's not included in the latest version. I apologise if I've got that the wrong way round. I think that's right.
You were also asked about attendance figures, and you said you were prepared to give an estimate, and I just wanted to understand this. Could you just remind the inquiry your experience of stock car racing in particular over the years? What is your experience of attending meetings?
I've been attending meetings either in capacity as a spectator or an official since 1969, and I think it's in my evidence that the effect of the closure of Coventry has been to, for example, to reduce the number of Formula One stock car racing dates on the calendar from around 50 to 43 or 44. Seems to me that is an illustration of the decline that's taken place, because the drivers have not been able to race events that didn't take place, and people have not been able to attend events that didn't take place, if that makes sense. So therefore, there's been a contraction.
Said, and I'm not just factually, you said that you can ask Mr. Rees, just so I can understand. You mentioned earlier in the inquiry that you're a secretary of, was it Brisker?
Brisker Formula One Management Board.
Management Board. And Mr. Rees's relationship to that board is what?
He is the chairman of that.
Okay. And in terms of your experience of going to stock car racing since 1969, is that simply to one stadium such as Brandon?
No, I've been to stadiums across the country over that time.
And when did you last go to a meeting?
Last Saturday.
Okay. And where was that?
Bradford.
Is that something you do regularly or just very?
I will attend race meetings most weekend. On one a weekend, occasionally more. Some weekends, none.
Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Okay then, thank you, Mr. Humphries, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
So that concludes everything on our session for today. We've done well. It's only 10 to 5. I was expecting a later finish than that. It definitely is very much appreciated, I must say.
For lunch, madam.
It must have done, yes. Anyway, is there anything final from anybody before we close?
Madam, may I just say,
Yeah.
we've been trying all day to hear back from Mr. Rees.
Right, okay.
As I understand it, at this moment, we still haven't heard
Can't get
back
hold
from
of him,
him.
right.
May I just say, obviously we'll have to wait and see what's in the morning. We certainly sent texts and emails and so forth. As things stand for tomorrow morning, either Mr. Rees will be here at 9:30.
Yeah.
If he's not, then may I suggest that we proceed with Mr. Hooper, who's going to, according to the programme, an hour in chief, an hour and a quarter for a learned friend, and up to an hour for me, maybe less. On that basis, we should finish within the morning. In fact, we might, I'm not going to say definitely within the morning because these things slip and we have mid-morning breaks and all the rest of it. So on that basis, if it took the whole morning, then we would still have the afternoon. I know we've got conditions as well, but we have Mr. Ford who's down for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, so let's say an hour in total, and Mr. Rees, who's got his produced his statement already.
Yeah.
So I think we're still reasonably satisfactory for the round table conditions tomorrow afternoon,
Yeah.
but allowing for slippage, some bits may go faster or whatever, but I think that's...
Well, that's always the case, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. But no, I'm quite happy to rearrange the timings of individual witnesses tomorrow just to fit in with availability, provided Mr. Hooper is available first thing, if that's necessary. Yeah, you've been sat here all the time, so it's your turn tomorrow. Right, okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. And roundtable condition session shouldn't take too long, I wouldn't have thought. Half an hour. I think they are agreed anyway in principle, so it's just probably my comments and questions on them. Yeah. Okay, you look a bit dubious there.
No. I'm just thinking. I didn't want to nod and say there may be one or two questions which rise out of Mr. Hooper's evidence.
That's fine.
So but nothing
Yeah.
extensive.
No, that's fine. I'm sure we can address that at the time as necessary. Okay. And Mr. Richards?
Yes, I mean, I've been wondering, we plainly can't bring forward Mr. Osborne if we have extra time tomorrow, so he's definitely Thursday morning.
Yeah.
The only thing I guess we could bring forward would be anything in the obligation that's not to do with the NHS. I don't know how much you've got about that. I mean, there's been mention of the sort of well, what happens if
Yes.
to the pitch
What
if
happens,
something
yes,
happens.
the management and security of the pitch.
And there's been talk of a dowry and other
That's
romantic.
right. Yes, I do want to address those issues. So if necessary, we could pull those out separately,
Yeah.
if that's all right with all parties, and deal with those discreetly and leave the...
Mr. Hooper will have
CCG issues
been
for
and gone
Thursday.
as far as the witness box is concerned, so would not be in purdah.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to do that if we have the time, just to make
Yeah.
sure we make the most efficient use. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I understand that the NHS is starting to grow, I think, as what I've not yet seen, but Leonard Friend has informed me there's a speaking note knocking around.
Have you seen that yet, or seen that it exists?
Sorry, say again?
We've received from Council for the NHS a document called a speaking note.
I haven't received a speaking note as far as I know.
Did-
I have received a statement that Mr. Gilks is going to read out, but I haven't seen a speaking note from Dr. Ashley Bowes, is that right?
Yes,
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that, I don't
we
think.
received it, but we think it also went to PINS.
I can just very quickly check right now, see if I have got
It's
an
not
email.
come to us as yet.
If you wish, I'll just very, very quickly check. If my system decides to work. Right, here we go. What have we got? Oh, gosh, loads of things. What's that? Yes, I have got one. Yes, I received that at 13:37.
You'll take a view. You might decide that, yes, you're very happy to do all that. I'm just getting slightly nervous that all of this might go beyond the capacity of a roundtable discussion.
Well, that is something actually that is worrying me slightly, because we are entering into territory that I wasn't anticipating,
We are,
certainly.
yeah.
And I think, as you say, it does raise other procedural issues, potentially.
But anyway, you can think about that overnight again.
Yeah.
I have been at events where an inspector has said, stop, I think we're in the wrong procedure here. But that inevitably means come back on another day to do the right procedure. But as they say, that's your call. But all I'm saying is, don't be afraid to make it if you think you have to.
Learned friend very kindly alerted me to this, because I still haven't as yet seen the speaking note, but the observations which he has shared with you, he shared with me, and it seemed to me they were entirely understandable concerns to ventilate. I think until you've had the opportunity to see that note and perhaps reflect on it overnight, it may be premature to make any further steps, but I don't think that there was anything otherwise than proper to perhaps just alert you to what's coming over the hill, so that you may actually have the opportunity to think about it.
Forewarned is forearmed, as they say. Yes, no, certainly I'll have a look overnight to see what's in that statement, and I'll obviously have to come to a view on what that means for us in terms of procedure and address it from there. Okay, all right. That's fine. Anything further then before we close? No, good. Okay then, I will draw today's session to a close. Thank you very much, everybody. Back again